Golden Age Radio is starting now.
To accomplish that purpose.
Subscribe to get future updates.
Get ready for some spy thrillers and noir detective mysteries with The Man Called X, Secret Agent K7, Dangerous Assignments, Richard Diamond, Dick Tracy, The Avengers, Whistler, Shadow, Falcon, and Top Secret.
You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as the Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, and all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find the Man Called X. You're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. For Frigidaire refrigerators are made only by Frigidaire, a division of General Motors. And it is this association of Frigidaire and General Motors, this association of experience with experience, of skill with skill, that makes Frigidaire America's favorite refrigerator. Remember this when you choose your new refrigerator. Remember that millions of Frigidaires in millions of American homes have established Frigidaire's reputation for complete dependability, for lasting satisfaction. Yes, you're twice as sure with two great names, Frigidaire and General Motors. For Frigidaire refrigerators are made only by Frigidaire, a division of General Motors. More Frigidaire refrigerators serve in more American homes than any other make. And our Frigidaire presents Herbert Marshall as Ken Thurston, the Man Called X. Behind the switchboard in the outer office of the Bureau, Miss Brooks is usually able to prevent visitors from getting past her into the chief's office. But there's one exception, Pagan Zellschmidt.
But what's the difference, Mr. Chief? I knew you'd be happy to see me, of course, so why should I wait to have myself announced?
Well, Schmidt, get out.
Where's Mr. Thurston?
Australia. You can get a plane out in 30 minutes.
If I didn't know you so well, I wouldn't know you were trying to get rid of me. But this is important. So just tell me where he is now.
Oh, Chief. Ken.
Hello, Mr. Thurston.
Oh, hello, Pagan.
Mr. Thurston, I just found out that...
Chief, have you seen this morning's paper?
Why, no, Ken, I was,
But, Mr. Thurston, do you know that...
Later, Pagan. Here, Chief, take a look. Down at the bottom of the page.
Oh, Rangoon, Burma. Though few details are yet available, apparently a condition of serious unrest prevails in the Principality of Tavoy, 500 miles south of here, following the shooting yesterday of a man named Paul Zarley. Zarley died a few minutes after... Paul Zarley? Ken, that's not the...
That's right, Chief. The leader of that group of displaced persons who left Poland to find new homes around Rangoon.
Mr. Thurston, just let me
But
tell
that
you...
must have been 6 months ago, Ken.
About that, they landed near the south end of the peninsula and started overland through the jungle. But they never reached Burma.
Well, what happened to him?
We know what happened to one of them. He's dead. In Tavoy.
Won't somebody...
I knew Paul Zarley, Chief. And I know what that chance of a new life in Burma meant to him and to the rest of those homeless people who went with him. We can't sit back and leave them in trouble over there. I'm going over. Have a look at it.
Mr. Thurston, I've been trying to tell you. I got an old friend in Tavoy.
Oh. Who is it, Pagan?
Prince Khan, the guy who runs the joint.
The prince, eh? You know him pretty well?
Oh, sure. I lived there in the palace for 6 months.
All right, then. How about coming along with me? The usual expenses, of course.
Must be something wrong with the acoustics in here. Can't hear a thing.
Plus a couple of $100.
A couple of hundred? No, I can hear you as plain as anything. Mr. Thurston, when do we leave? We'll have to land at the coast 40 miles from Tavoy. And the road's no good. They let everything run down during the war. Even tore up the railroad to Rangoon.
It sounds as though Tavoy was pretty well isolated.
Oh, it's clear off the map. Nothing new in 1,000 years.
Well, there's at least one new thing. A gun.
You know, I think some bandit probably bumped off Paul Zarley. The jungle is full of them, Mr. X.
Then what's the matter with the prince? Can't he clean them out?
Too lazy and don't like to be bothered. His got the right idea of how to live, Mr. Thurston. Just loafs around all day, listens to music, and drinks champagne.
While a stranger in his country, a man tried to take care of a group of homeless refugees, gets shot to death in the city streets.
Oh, the prince probably doesn't even know about it yet. Troubles gets him all upset, so the only thing he... Hey, that's right. He's a sucker for stud poker. Maybe I can take this $200 and run it up into...
Hagar? How did you meet this prince anyway?
Oh, I was loafing around Mandalay and heard he was looking for a jingoist.
Huh?
So I came down to Tavoy and spent 6 months learning him how to talk good English. The palace gate right there at the corner of the square, Mr. Thurston. I told you this place was a regular paradise.
Looks more like a powder keg.
I can't understand it. These people didn't used to be so unfriendly. I'll have to ask my old friend, the prince, what's wrong.
I hope he's your old friend. We may need him. Well, if ever I saw a town that was smoldering under the surface, this one is.
What happened?
Somebody threw a rock. Broke a shop window over there. They're starting a riot.
A riot? Holy smoke, what's happened to this town?
It's flaring up pretty fast. This is the kind of thing that...
There go the palace guards, Mr. Thurston. They ought to be able to stop it.
Fired over their heads.
Looks like they're breaking it up, all right.
Good thing they were right here. If it once got out of hand, it's hard to tell what might have...
What's wrong with you? Why did you not help?
Huh?
Why should you stand here with... Oh, you're not one of us.
Who do you mean by us?
I made a mistake. I beg your pardon.
No, you wait. My name's Ken Preston.
I'm Helen Zarley.
Zarley, that was Paul Zarley.
He was my father.
I'm sorry, Helen. What happened to him?
My father was shot in the back, Mr. Thurston. Here in this very square. He died not more than 20 feet from where we stand.
You know who killed him?
I know who had him killed. Neruda.
Neruda?
The Burmese native, sir. Leader of the sugar farmers here in Tavoy.
Oh, Mr. Strong.
Hope I'm not intruding, Helen.
Oh, no, Mr. Strong. This is Mr. Thurston.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Are you one of this homeless group, Mr. Strong?
No, I've made my home here in Tavoy for the last 2 years. I came here from Cuba.
Mr. Strong has been the one friend we've had here. Had it not been for him, we should have starved.
Unfortunately, one friend for 100 helpless people just isn't enough. I could certainly use an ally, Mr. Thurston.
That means helping a group of people who never should have been kicked around in the first place. Then I am an ally.
Perhaps you're making a mistake, Mr. Thurston. We're the most thoroughly hated people in Tavoy.
Why did you stop here, Helen? I understood you were going to settle on new farmlands around Rangoon.
We were, till Neruda's men attacked us in the jungle as we passed through here and robbed us of everything we owned. We're penniless now. So even though we starve here, we're unable to travel on.
Maybe I ought to have a talk with this Neruda. He seems to be the...
Mr. Thurston, look. Here comes my buddy, the prince.
Evidently you heard the disturbance out here in the square.
Greetings and felicitations, old pal. How you been anyway? You do remember me, don't you?
Quite well, Mr. Zellschmidt. I have thought of you often during the last 8 years.
Well, that's better. You see, Mr. Thurston?
Particularly in connection with a very interesting deck of cards I found in your quarters after you left. The deck had 6 aces.
Well, of all the low-down tricks, somebody must have been cheating us.
Yes, probably so. Good afternoon, Miss Darley. Mr. Strong.
Your Highness.
Mr. Thurston, I'd like you to meet my dear pal, Prince Khan.
Your Highness.
I hope you will not judge us by the incident which just occurred here in the street, Mr. Thurston. I dislike trouble of any kind.
And you should do something about Neruda and his people. They started the fight without the least provocation on our part.
Ah, Miss Darley, is it not always the very beautiful who cause the most trouble?
Well, whenever trouble is involved, the name Neruda seems to turn up about as often as anybody's.
Yes, Mr. Thurston. I overheard you express an intention of visiting the man. I must advise you not to. In fact, I shall assign a guard to make sure you refrain from it.
Any particular reason, Your Highness?
Yes. Such an action is only likely to create a disturbance and cause more trouble. I must go look into this matter. May I suggest you seek a formal audience tomorrow?
But how about the game of, how about the... Well, anyway, he's gone.
Yeah, your old pal.
Oh, just give me some time to work on it.
I've got to be going now, too, Mr. Thurston. Dine with me this evening, if you're free.
Fine, Mr. Strong. I'd love to.
It's the house on top of the hill. Make it about 8 if you can.
I suppose that includes me, too?
Well, Helen, that was quite a story you gave the prince. I mean about the way the fight started.
I do not understand you, Mr. Thurston.
Oh, come now. I stood right here and watched you pick up a rock from the street and then deliberately throw it through that shop window. Don't you think that's pretty strong provocation?
As you can see, Mr. Thurston, the lines between the two factions are pretty clearly drawn. On one side, around 100 of these homeless people from Europe, led by Helen Zarley, now that her father's dead. And against them, several hundred Burmese tenant farmers with their unofficial leader, Neruda.
Just what is the basis of their hatred for each other, Mr. Strong?
Well, I'd say it is lack of understanding, suspicion more than anything else. Difference of race, languages, different ways of life.
It's the hardest thing in the world to fight.
Well, the Burmese have the idea these people may try to move in and take their tiny farms that they rent. Things have been getting worse for weeks, but Zali's murder really touched it off.
Neruda, you think?
I don't know. Of course, Helen blames him for it, as well as for the bandit attack some months ago when they first reached here.
The bandits couldn't have been some of Prince Khan's guards by any chance.
Oh, it's possible, I suppose, but I can't see any reason why. It only means trouble for him, and that's the last thing in the world that Khan wants.
Sometimes it's hard to tell what a person wants. When you look out of these windows, down into the heart of the city, you'd never believe what was boiling there. Savoy could be the most beautiful place on earth.
Yes.
How have these people been able to live since they were robbed by the bandits?
Charity. Helen has managed to get a little help from Prince Khan.
And the rest from you?
Well, yes, but what can one man do for 100 people?
That's pretty tough, isn't it?
Yeah, a good deal tougher on them poor devils. They're at the breaking point and will be until they found some permanent solution.
From what I've seen of Savoy, they'd better get it no later than tomorrow. It'll take just one more incident to blow the lid off. Well, we're 5 minutes early. Here's the palace.
Oh, he said about noon, Mr. Thurston. That's when he sent word for Neruda to come here.
Still don't know how you did it.
It wasn't easy. Took me till 3 o'clock this morning.
Wonder where the palace guard is today. Nobody around the gate.
Oh, probably eating lunch. Get a load of this garden, Mr. Thurston.
Yeah, it's beautiful, all right.
That's the main entrance over there, past the fountain. The Khan says the palace was built over... Gee, what's all this racket out there in the square?
I don't know. Sounds as though something happened.
Mr. Thurston! Oh, Mr. Thurston!
Helen, what's wrong?
Out there, somebody was just shot.
Shot?
Yes, the little girl. There in the square outside the gate.
Oh, come on, Baker.
That's funny. I didn't hear any shot, Mr. Thurston.
All right.
Boy, that crowd sure got out there in a hurry.
Yes. Oh, there she is. Lying on the ground.
Gee, Mr. Thurston, she's such a little girl.
I know. No more than 5 or 6 years old.
Is she? I mean...
Yes, Helen. She's dead.
It should not be necessary to ask such a question, Miss Zarley.
Oh, Neruda.
My congratulations. Your assassin was an excellent shot.
So you're Neruda. And the little girl. One of your people?
Yes. And there will be 100 bodies in the street by noon tomorrow. But they will not be my people.
Neruda, listen to me. I know how you feel. Do you?
Then you too must have once come to a conference to speak of peace. Only to find that the one who is lying murdered in the dust is your own sister.
Just a moment, we continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, created by J. Richard Kennedy. This is Wendell Niles speaking. There's an easy way to tell how good a refrigerator is, and that's to see what kind of a job it does in the summertime. Take a Frigidaire refrigerator, for example. With its extra storage space, you have plenty of room in the summertime for chilled salads, desserts, melons, and other treats. Plenty of room all the year round for all the foods you want to keep refrigerated. There's lots of room for frozen foods that make meals so easy in the summer and in any season of the year. Big hydrators keep fruits and vegetables fresh as can be for days. Frigidaire quick cube trays give you ice cubes without a struggle, so cool drinks are really enjoyable. And providing all the cold required to keep food good to eat, to freeze foods and keep them frozen, to keep you supplied with ice cubes, is the famous Frigidaire Meter Miser. You know the Meter Miser will do its work faithfully because it's the simplest refrigerating mechanism ever built. Has proved itself in over 5 million installations. Uses only a trickle of current. Remember how a Frigidaire refrigerator passes the all-important hot weather test. And remember, for all the advantages you want all the year round, ask to see the name Frigidaire when you ask to see a new refrigerator. And now to continue with Frigidaire's Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall. In a tiny principality on the Burma Peninsula, a bloody riot seems ready to break at any moment. On one side is a group of displaced persons led by Helen Zarley, and against them, several hundred Burmese sugar farmers led by a man named Neruda, whose sister was killed in the street a half hour ago. Now Ken is sitting in a palace, talking to Prince Khan, the ruler of Tavoy.
I have placed a line of guards between the native section of the city and the encampment of the others. But the number of guards I have, Mr. Thurston, are far too few.
Has there been any attempt to break through the guard line yet, Prince Khan?
Apparently not, and I doubt there will be before evening. However, both sides have a few guns and many knives. Once darkness falls, nothing can prevent a riot.
Then we've got to prevent it before dark. Why didn't you wire Rangoon for help?
I did not wish to cause any trouble.
Well, you've got trouble out there now, whether you want it or not. Plenty of it. And more coming.
The guard will resist as long as possible.
That won't be long enough.
There is nothing else to do.
Then, in that case, I'll take over.
You have some plan?
I will have. Will you be here if I want you?
Yes, Mr. Thurston. I have sent for Miss Darley. I hope I can persuade her to listen to reason.
I think you'll have some trouble persuading her, but maybe you know that already. All right. I'll see you later.
One cannot be sure. There is much danger, but let us hope so. Well, Mr. Thurston, how'd you come out?
Well, hello, Pago. Mr. Strong.
That city outside there is like a sleeping volcano, Mr. Thurston. I don't see what can be done now.
No, I at the moment. Mr. Strong, how well do you know the prince?
So, why do you ask?
Well enough to force your company on him for about an hour, stick with him, and keep him from shaking you off?
Oh, I think so. If it's important, I'll manage it. One way or another.
It's important, all right.
Then here goes. I may as well start right now.
What are we going to do, Mr. Thurston?
I've got a job for you, Pago. Here's a list of the landowners these Burmese farmers rent from. I want you to look them up, ask each of them a couple of questions. Meet me there at the palace gate in an hour, and we'll start the next move.
Sure. Anything you say.
Oh, well, this is a new reaction.
Are you kidding, Mr. Thurston? I'm too scared even to bargain.
What do you want me to ask these guys? Mr. Thurston, if I had known this was what you were planning, I'd have never come back to the palace. I'd be halfway to the coast by now.
Oh, relax, Pagan. Nobody's bothered us yet.
No, but the way they look, they may any minute. This is a fine time to come prowling down here in the native section.
Had to be done. Oh, that must be Neruda's headquarters there. What did you find out from the landowners?
Oh, it's about like you figured, Mr. Thurston. Farming is practically the only business here. The prince gets most of his taxes of the farm, and why don't we go back to the palace,
I've got to talk to Neruda first. Come on.
I don't think these guys at the door are going to let us pass.
Then we'll stop.
Mr. Rex, what are they cocking their rifles for?
Take it easy, Pagan.
Nasho, Libana. Very well. Come in, Mr. Thurston. This is really quite a surprise. Even the palace guards have not dared to come into this section since noon.
Maybe they didn't have any reason, Neruda. I did.
If it is talk you wish, the time for it is past.
Why don't you wake up? Don't you know what will happen afterwards? Martial law. That'll make life pleasant for everybody, won't it?
It is too late for talk.
Well, you're right about that. It is too late. So let's go.
Go? I do not understand you, Mr. Thurston.
I came here to take you back to the palace, Neruda. Let's get started.
Mr. Thurston.
You plan to take me to the palace through streets filled with my own men? You are a brave man, Mr. Thurston.
Let's trade compliments later. Don't have much time right now.
You arouse my curiosity. I am inclined to go along with you in order to discover what you have in mind.
Mr. Thurston, I never thought we'd make it.
Oh, good. Everyone's apparently gathered there at the palace gate. Come on.
You display an amazing confidence, Mr. Thurston. You know, of course, what would have happened had I raised my hand at any time.
I know, Neruda, but I was pretty sure you wouldn't.
Mr. Thurston, if I had known where you were going, I'd been a lot more worried than I have been for the past hour.
There wasn't any real danger, Mr. Strong. Oh, Helen, glad you're here. Thought I might have to send for you.
Prince Khan here did send for me, though I've no idea why. And I did not expect to meet a killer here.
Are you claiming that I killed my own sister?
It would not surprise me, Neruda. You would do anything to make it appear
That's
that there's
enough. This kind of thing leads no place. It's not over a half hour until dark. You've got a lot to do. Not much time to do it.
How much longer must I follow your advice without seeing some result, Mr. Thurston?
Not too much longer, Prince Khan. Right now, I want you to detail 5 men from your palace guard to work under instructions from Pagar.
Well, a bodyguard. I feel safer already.
Neruda, Helen, I want both of you to send word to your people not to make any move until they hear from you personally.
I'm not sure my men will obey, Mr. Thurston, but I shall do as you say.
I can promise you that my people will do exactly what I tell them to.
If you think for one
Never
moment...
mind, just do it. Mr. Strong, is it all right if we meet at your house? It's the only neutral territory I know of.
Yes, of course.
Neutral territory? But why not my palace here, Mr. Thurston?
No, Prince Khan, not the palace. All right, get moving.
Oh, this is most strange.
Very well, Mr.
Now, Pagar, here's what I want you to do.
It's grown dark outside. What is it you're planning, Mr. Thurston?
Nothing, Helen, until Pagan gets here. Now, let's have a window open.
I never knew this city to be this quiet.
Let's hope it stays this quiet for one more hour. Helen, why did you break that window and start a street fight yesterday?
It was a bakery shop, Mr. Thurston. Have you ever been starving and looked through a window at loaves of bread?
I know the feeling, all right. And it's the same feeling that's behind this whole thing. Your people without enough food and without hope of getting any more. Neruda's people afraid you might try to take theirs. Hunger and fear. The powder keg combination. And in a country ruled by a man who dislikes trouble.
Okay, Mr. Thurston. It's all fixed up. I got everything taken care of.
Good work, Pagan. Set the box on the table.
Okay? He wants 30 seconds to get clear after he puts it up.
My curiosity is increasing, Mr. Thurston.
Why, Neruda? It's the same old story. The love of power, ambition to be a dictator, and hungry, desperate people ready to be used for that ambition.
Why was my father killed and Neruda's sister?
To bring about the very thing that's ready to break out down there in those quiet streets tonight. Riot, bloodshed, and then martial law.
You seem to forget one thing, Mr. Thurston. I inherited the throne of Tavoy from my father. I am already a dictator.
Are you really, Prince Khan?
There's the signal, Mr. Thurston. The temple bell. Yeah, and there's the light.
Yeah, I see it, Pagan. What is it, a flashlight?
Sure, and it's on the top of a pile about 6 feet high.
Good. Here. Take my gun and keep everybody covered while I let this box open.
It's a rifle.
It's the best gun in the arsenal. Got a telescopic sight, a night glass, the works.
Except for a silencer. But we can get along without that.
I put a full clip in, just in case, you understand.
Ah, thanks, Pagan. Well, I suppose we have a try at it.
I do not understand what you're...
It's a hit. Set it on fire with the first shot.
Look, a flame.
What's burning down there, Mr. Thurston?
A pile of timber soaked with kerosene that Pagan set up. That was an incendiary bullet I used.
But what is the meaning
That
of it?
flame is burning in the square on the exact spot where Helen's father was killed. And Neruda's sister died 15 feet away.
Then in that case...
That's right, Helen. The killer fired the shots from this window. No, don't bother trying to open that cabinet, Mr. Strong. I took your rifle out this afternoon while you were watching the prince.
Do you mean that Mr. Strong is the one who...
Who else could it have been? He's the only one who had a reason.
But he was the only one who wanted to help us.
Sure, he wanted to help everybody, including the landowners. According to them, Strong has been very generous, made loans to all of them. And he's ended up controlling their properties.
But I still do not understand his reason, Mr.
Just
Thurston.
what I said before, Prince Khan. If a riot had started, you would have been declared... You would have had to declare martial law. But Tavoy is a one-industry country. Your taxes come from the farms. So, the man who controls the land controls you. Now, it's about time you woke up.
Boy, what a racket.
Neruda, thank heaven neither of us was guilty.
I am sure we can work out a decent life now, Miss Sally.
That's right. It's too late to help your father, Helen. Or your sister, Neruda. But it's not too late to teach your people once and for all that very often when a man says he wants to help you, all he really wants to do is help himself. Your people down there are still blaming each other. So go on out and tell them the truth.
Called X is presented each week with the best wishes of your Frigidaire dealer. We invite you to come in and learn about the famous line of Frigidaire electric appliances. Refrigerators, ranges, water heaters, home freezers, the new automatic washer, dryer, ironer, and many other Frigidaire refrigerating and air conditioning products for homes, farms, stores, offices, and factories.
I'm glad to hear that Frigidaire makes home freezers, Mr. Niles. We've been wondering what kind to buy.
Yes, you know you can depend on Frigidaire's years of experience and on the meter miser that makes the cold in a Frigidaire home freezer. And now, Frigidaire star Herbert Marshall.
Thanks for being with us. Next week, a story called Contraband, in which the goodwill of two nations is threatened by one person's greed. As usual, Leon Belasco will be along as Pagon Zelschmidt. So join us, won't you, when next I return as the man called X. Good night.
Final now speaking from CBS to Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Subscribe for more videos.
Secret Agent K7 returns.
America's #1 adventurer, K7, former United States secret agent who operated in 22 countries, on land, on sea, and in the air, brings you a story of today. Here is K7.
Spies and secret agents play an extremely important role in today's diplomacy. Through espionage, aggressor nations often learn of troop movements and naval plans before they can be put into operation. Armed with this secret knowledge, pirate nations have even seized small countries and set up protectorates, while those great powers that would stand in their paths are otherwise engaged. Such is the background of several of the unexpected moves that have shocked the world. My story tells of one such plot that failed. John Holbrook introduces it.
Thank you, K7. Recently, newspaper headlines have told of fleet movements under sealed orders. Such a transfer of battleships was recently planned by a great power in the interest of world peace. However, the spies of a pirate nation almost stole the orders before they were issued. Our story opens as a master spy issues orders to an accomplice.
Hello?
Crisante?
Yes?
Listen to me carefully. I am outside the Naval Intelligence Building. Sealed orders for the fleet have just been issued.
You have them?
No. Admiral Gorley leaves with them in a few minutes. Bring the car here and pick me up. We've got to head him off.
I'll start right away.
Hurry. We haven't much time.
A few minutes later, the two plotters, Fortier and his assistant, sat in their car a few hundred yards from the Naval Intelligence Building.
Sealed orders have been issued for the fleet. The Admiral will leave the Intelligence Building soon and take the orders to the naval base. Then the fleet will leave. We've got to know where it's headed.
What are your plans?
As soon as he leaves, we'll follow his car. There's a sharp curve about a half-mile down the road. We'll come alongside and force him into the ditch. You will drive.
What happens then?
We'll get the Admiral into this car and take him to our rooms. If he isn't knocked out, we'll drug him. Get ready. Here's his car. All right, after him.
There were two of them.
Yeah, there's only his driver. I'll take care of him. Leave him with the wreck. Speed up. Cover's only a little way ahead. All right. Pull alongside. Force him off the road. There's a ditch at the side.
Within 5 minutes, the accident was discovered. The Admiral's wrecked car and his driver were found at the side of the road. However, the Admiral had disappeared. At the very moment the driver was being transferred to a hospital, the Admiral was being carried into a house in a disreputable section of the city.
All right. Put him there on the floor. He'll sleep for at least 3 hours.
Do you think he's all right?
He's just knocked out. I gave him a drug to make sure he doesn't come to before we got his plans copied.
Would we leave him here?
No. Wait until I get his briefcase open. Ah, yes. Here are the secret orders. We'll have to steam them open. Then we'll copy them and take the Admiral and his orders to the hospital.
To the hospital?
Certainly. We don't want naval intelligence to know these plans have been seen by anyone. As soon as we have copied them, I'll take the Admiral to the hospital and say that I found him in the road. Don't you see? They'll think the accident stunned him. Come on, get out the typewriter. We've got to make a copy fast.
Within an hour after the accident, Special Agent M was called into the case. With his assistant, Yvonne, he went immediately to the hospital to interview the injured man who had driven the Admiral's car.
Dr. Reinhardt is wanted in Surgery B. Dr. Reinhardt is wanted in Surgery B.
Yvonne, we've been here almost half an hour. Unless they let me talk to the driver soon, his information won't help us much. Oness?
She's gone on down the hall. Have you any idea what happened, Em?
No. The Admiral left the Naval Intelligence building with the sealed orders. 10 minutes later, his car was found wrecked in a ditch. The driver had been struck with some blunt instrument. The Admiral was missing.
Do you think they were attacked?
Yes, it looked that way. I've got to get started. We're wasting time.
Oh, here comes the doctor.
Are you Special Agent waiting to talk with the injured driver of Admiral Gourlay's car?
Yes. Can I see him?
You can see him for a few minutes. Follow me.
Wait here, Yvonne. I won't be gone long.
Dr. Reinhardt is wanted in Surgery B. Dr. Reinhardt is wanted in Surgery B. Dr. Reinhardt is wanted in Surgery B. Dr. Reinhardt is
M disappeared into an emergency room down the hallway. As he passed from sight, a man entered the hospital carrying the Admiral.
Get me, Doctor.
Oh, he's coming back up the hall now. Doctor?
Yes? What is it?
Doctor, this man just carried the Admiral in.
I found him walking along the road. He stumbled and fell. I put him in my car and brought him here. Looks like he's been in an accident.
We'll put him on this bench. I'll call an intern to help me with it.
He was carrying this briefcase with him. I leave it.
He looks badly injured.
Oh, he'll be all right here in the hospital. You take care of him. I've got to go now.
Wait, come back. Oh, he's gone. Admiral, can you hear me?
Where is the man who brought him in?
He just ran out the door. Doctor, take care of the Admiral and see that the special agent who came with me gets this briefcase. Tell him that I'll telephone him here in a few minutes. I'm going to follow that man.
Yvonne ran out of the hospital in time to see Fortier's car turn a corner. She climbed into a taxi and issued an order.
Follow that car that just turned the corner. Don't lose sight of it.
Fortier went back to his headquarters, unaware that he was being followed. Yvonne saw him park his car and enter a house. She entered a small grocery store nearby and asked for a telephone.
Yes, mademoiselle?
Have you a telephone?
It is behind you.
Oh, thank you. I didn't see it. Hello. Get me to the city hospital and hurry. Hello. Let me speak to the special agent who is there. Yes, that's right. Hello, Em. This is Yvonne. You know what happened? Yes. Well, I followed the man who brought the Admiral in. His car is parked across the street now. Can you come? I'm near the docks. It's River's End. I'll wait for you. Hurry.
Is there anything wrong, mademoiselle?
No, nothing. Give me a pound of granulated sugar. Hurry.
Yvonne went to the corner and waited for M. Almost as he arrived, the spies, Fortier and Grisanti, came out of the house across from the grocery store and drove away.
got to get these secret orders across the border before the fleet sails. You have plenty of gasoline?
Yes, the tank is full.
Then we should be at the border within an hour. Drive carefully till you're out of the city.
A few minutes later, the two spies rushed toward the border.
Drive faster. This isn't a pleasure trip.
I can't seem to go faster.
You mean this car won't go faster than 40 miles an hour? I've driven at 70 myself.
Well, the motor is not running well. But here, look behind us.
Huh?
That car is still there. You think we're being followed?
It is the same one that followed us out of the city. I thought we'd lost him. We've got to go faster. Gosh, you're out of gasoline, you fool. Stay here. I'm going to run for it.
Stay where you are.
He's getting away.
Yes, and I recognized him, Ivan. That man is 40, a spy. Keep the other one covered. I am going after him.
Don't try to move. Stay right where you are.
Why should I run? I have done nothing. He hired me to drive him.
Your front fenders are damaged. Did he also hire you to run the Admiral's car off the road? Keep your hands in the wheel where I can see them.
I won't move. Your friend. He's coming back. Alone.
All right, Ivan. We'll go on to the next town. Fortier had the Admiral's plans. I've got them now. We'll have to report to the local police.
You shot him?
I had to. I'll drive this car. You follow with ours.
Wait. You can't drive that car. While I was waiting for you, I poured granulated sugar into the gas tank. I was afraid they'd get away before you came. You told me sugar would choke a motor.
Yvonne, you did that? Do you realize that sugar may have prevented a war? If we hadn't caught these two, the secret orders of the fleet would have been known, and war would have followed.
That night, the newspapers in 100 world capitals called out the same headlines.
Fleet sails under secret orders. Read all about it. New agreements may be reached tomorrow. Read all about it.
Because a great nation's fleet thus got underway, it arrived off the coast of a country that might otherwise have been doomed. However, if its destination had been known before the warships sailed, this story might easily have become another black page in history. Listen for my next story. This is K7 speaking.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
Wheaties presents Dangerous Assignment. On stage tonight from Hollywood, Dangerous Assignment, another in the Wheaties' big parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment is going to involve my trying to hide 3 divisions of troops behind an empty water glass.
Well, here he is, Commissioner. I found him right in the middle of a big deal, as usual.
Hello, Steve.
Commissioner?
I hope it was a square deal.
She didn't look square to me.
What have you told him so far, Ruth?
Oh, only that you wanted him to go looking for a woman. I figured that was the best bait I could use.
Well, don't tell me it isn't true.
Oh, it's true, all right, but I'm afraid your association with this particular woman won't be a very pleasant one.
I might have known.
I'll have your passport and credentials ready when the commissioner's through with you, Steve.
Okay, Ruth. Well, what's the deal, Commissioner?
Vienna.
Vienna? Long time since I've danced a Strauss waltz.
You can leave your ballet slippers home, Steve. Here's the setup. With the situation what it is, we have to increase our armed strength on all fronts. Naturally, our consulates are kept informed as to proposed increases of strength in their respective areas.
So,
2 days ago, a document containing information regarding troop movements in Europe was stolen from our consulate in Vienna. The troops have already embarked, and with these unidentified subs around, we can't take chances.
I see. Any idea who swiped the document?
Yes, a janitor named Joseph Bildner.
Well, that doesn't sound so tough. Find Bildner.
We've already found Bildner in an alley in Vienna last night, murdered.
I see. Well, that sort of puts a new light on things.
The document wasn't on his person. Just before he died, he mumbled the name Eva Loesch.
Eva Loesch? Hey, that name rings a bell.
A siren, you should say. But I haven't time to go into her background now to fill a book. Manville Olson can tell you all about her.
Who's Olson?
He's with the consulate in Vienna. You'll arrive there early tomorrow evening. Go to the Imperial Bar at 8 o'clock. Olson will be waiting for you.
Why meet in the bar? Not that I have any objections.
Now, this investigation has to be kept undercover, particularly the part about Eva Loesch. Olson will tell you why. Now, Steve, get over there. Talk to Olson. Find Eva Loesch. And most important, get those documents back. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
Dangerous Assignment will continue in a moment. Now, here is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
Ever think of this? You wait longer for breakfast than for any other meal of the day. From the time you go to bed until you eat breakfast is the longest period there is between 2 meals. So, breakfast has to be good to do the most good for you at a time when you really need food. Which is why I say start breakfast with Wheaties and milk and fruit. It's a pleasant way to get protein, vitamins, and minerals, and just plain whole wheat energy, in a hurry, without a lot of fuss. Wheaties supply energy when you need energy, because there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Yes, a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Sure, breakfast of champions. See for yourself. Have some. See how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
Yeah, I've got my assignment. Find the girl named Eva Loesch and get a stolen document from her. Ordinarily, there's nothing I like better than to chercher la femme. But from what the commissioner has told me, I've got an uneasy feeling that this is going to be all chercher and no femme. Well, it's Friday evening when I get to Vienna. I check in at the hotel and then head for the Imperial Bar. Over at a corner table, a guy gives me the nod.
I head over there.
You're Mitchell, aren't you?
Yeah. Olson?
That's right. Have a seat.
Thanks. Look, the commissioner back in the States told me that you could give me the background on this Eva Loesch.
Well, I can tell you all we know over here at the consulate, which isn't enough. Eva Loesch was a red-hot Nazi. She was killed in the Berlin Blitz.
What?
We thought. Now it looks as she's been very much alive and in hiding all this time. And worse yet, it looks like she's up to her old tricks.
You mean a new Nazi party?
No. You know, some of these ex-Nazis have a habit of selling out to the highest bidder.
I get it. Now, according to what the commissioner told me, this document concerning our troop movements was stolen from your consulate by a janitor named Bildner. He was found murdered in an alley and mumbled Eva Loesch's name just before he died.
That's right. We believe Eva killed him and has the document. But of course, we've kept all that undercover. We don't want Eva to know we know she's alive. Here.
Hmm?
This ad I spotted in the afternoon paper. Take a look at it.
What? Huh. Will the cab driver who picked up a woman passenger at the plaza last Tuesday night at 8:30 please come to 37 Bergestrasse? Hey, Tuesday night. That was the night that Bildner was murdered, wasn't it?
Yes, in an alley about half a block from the plaza.
Huh. This could tie in all right. 37 Bergestrasse. Okay. I think I'll answer that ad, Olson. I'll check with you later.
Yes?
Are you the one who put that advertisement in the paper this afternoon?
Come in. Yes, I'm the one. Why?
Fräulein...
Frau Denise Manescu. Who are you?
I'm the cab driver you're looking for.
Oh? Describe this woman you picked up.
What? Oh, well, she's about medium build, dark hair.
You're lying.
Huh?
I do not know who you are, but you are not a cab driver.
Now, look.
Yes?
You are the one who puts the notice in the paper.
Oh, great.
Why, yes.
I would like to talk to you, please.
Just a minute.
I am the cab driver in question. Who is this man?
This man is about to leave.
No, I do not think so.
What?
Oh, well, come to think of it, you may be right. How come the gun, Buster?
You will stay right here, both of you.
You are not cab drivers, either of you.
In my case, you are quite right. As for this other man, I do not know who he is. I will find that out presently.
Well, as long as we're going to play guessing games, maybe you wouldn't mind if I start guessing who you are.
You do not have to guess, my friend. I will tell you. I am Lieutenant Oscar Segal of the police.
The police?
Well, that takes a load off my mind.
Does it?
Yeah, but I can't say as much for Frau Manescu here. She seems to be real upset at the news.
Frau Manescu?
The name seems to mean something to you, Lieutenant.
You are not by any chance related to George Manescu?
Yes, I am his wife.
But this is completely mystifying. Why would the wife of George Manescu be implicated in such an unsavory affair as this?
Somebody mind telling me who George Manescu is?
What is your interest in this matter?
Maybe these credentials will answer that question, Lieutenant.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see. They have indeed answered that question, Herr Mitchell.
Now, how about filling me in on this George Manescu?
Oh, a local politician of high character who has worked in close cooperation with your government here.
I see. Well, in that case, Frau Manescu...
There is no use holding back anything more. I did not want the police brought into this. But, well, here you are.
Here I am indeed. I must strongly impress upon you the wisdom of making a full explanation at this time.
Yes, But you see, Eva Loesch is my sister.
What?
I believed, as did the rest of the world, that she was dead. I believed that until Tuesday night, when she came here to see me.
What did she want?
She said she was in trouble and wanted to hide here. I refused. And then she said I must help her.
In what way?
She said that a man was killed, but that she did not do it. That there was a cab driver who could clear her if she could only find him.
So you ran that ad in the paper?
I didn't know what else to do. I couldn't go to the police. I know what damage would be done to my husband's reputation if it were learned that the notorious Eva Loesch was his wife's sister. So I ran the advertisement, hoping it would help clear her.
And then if their relationship were to be revealed later, at least it would be not quite so bad for my husband.
I see. Well, that all leads us up to the big question. Where's Eva?
I do not know.
From Manascu, it is my duty to warn you that withholding information...
I'm telling you the truth. I swear it. I've no idea where Eva's hiding. She said that she would contact me in a few days, but I've not heard from her.
Look, sisterly love is a wonderful thing. But I hope that you realize unless we locate Eva in a hurry, there's going to be a lot more damage done than just to your husband's reputation.
Sisterly love. You think that is what I feel for Eva? As far back as I can remember, we've hated each other. My only regret is that she was not killed in Berlin.
Then we have your promise that you will communicate with us at once if she contacts you again.
Yes, at once. And rest assured, gentlemen, it will be a happy day for me when I can turn my dear sister over to you.
Well, that sounds like quite a surprise party you ran into last night, Mitchell.
Yeah, it was, Olson. And, of course, the biggest surprise was finding out that Mrs. Manescu is Eva Loesch's sister. Incidentally, what information have you got on the Manescus?
Well, he seems to be our white hope in local politics around here right now. He's very pro-United States. As to their background, George and his wife, Denise, apparently were anti-Nazi right from the start, which must have made it a little tough on them in Germany.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I believe they were married just before the fall of Berlin and managed to get out of the country. Would you like to meet George Manescu, Mitchell?
Yeah, I would. Can you arrange it?
I'm playing golf with him in an hour. Why don't you come along?
It's a deal. Let's go. That last shot of yours was a honey, Mr. Manescu. Looks like you're only about 2 feet from the pin.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mitchell. But I wish you to know that from now on, I believe nothing you say.
Oh?
When the three of us started this game, you were full of apologies about your bad golf. We are now approaching the 7th green, and you are 3 strokes over par.
Yes, I'm afraid Mitchell makes most of his apologies before he makes his bets.
Well, you can't blame a guy for trying to get good odds.
Indeed, you cannot. Well, here we are, gentlemen. And I must say, this is the part of golf I enjoy the most.
Putting?
Yes.
Well, it's the part of the game that pays off.
Perhaps it is because putting is so helpful to me.
How so, Manescu?
Well, I practice it constantly, even when I'm at home. Particularly when I'm thinking about something, putting relaxes me, helps me to think clearly. Mr. Olson, I believe you are aware. Your putt.
Oh, sorry. Downhill putt, too. Just the kind I don't like.
Well, in your case, practice sure pays off, Mr. Manescu. Your putting is very sharp.
Oh, thank you.
Too bad, Olson. Rimmed the cup on you, huh?
Yeah. Well, that gives me a 6.
Well, looks like I'm next. Little break to the right, it looks like.
Not quite as much as it looks.
Thanks for the tip.
Nice putt.
I had good advice.
Maybe you can return it sometime.
Be glad to, except I don't think you'll need any on this putt of yours. Can't be more than 2 feet.
No, I need this for my par.
This is a lot more pleasant way to spend time than roosting behind a desk.
Yeah, but it isn't helping us find Eva Loesch. Missed. I'm sorry, Mr. Manescu. I didn't realize you were set to putt, or I would have kept still.
Oh, that's quite all right, Mr. Mitchell. Your voice did not bother me. I don't know what went wrong.
Well, looked like you tightened up all of a sudden.
Yes. Well, it is no matter. Come, the next tee is right over there.
I'm really sorry about that, Manescu.
Oh, but I assure you I was not even aware you were talking, Mitchell. For the life of me, I can't understand why I should miss a 2-foot putt. But that is what makes the game of golf so unpredictable, I suppose.
I think they call it the human element.
Yeah, I think they do.
Yeah, let's see. I believe you're still up, Manescu.
Oh, yes.
You know, Steve, it seems to me that you raised your voice a little when you mentioned the name Eva Loesch.
Did I? Wait, we mustn't rattle Manescu anymore. He's ready to drive.
Oh, miserable.
Yeah, quite a slice.
I must have cut across the ball. Gentlemen, I hate to say this, but I seem to have a headache. I wonder if perhaps you would excuse me from continuing with our match.
Sure. Matter of fact, I've had enough. How about you, Olson?
Sure, anytime. We can cut back towards the clubhouse through this grove of trees.
Oh, please, I don't want to spoil your game. Why don't the two of you continue?
No, it seems to be getting a little too warm for comfort anyway. Olson!
Mitchell, he's been shot right through the head.
Quick, Manescu. Let's get into that grove of trees. I think it'll be a little safer there.
But where did the shot come from?
Who knows? Here, in here. It was from a rifle, which means the sniper could be behind 100 different trees and bushes on the golf course.
But I do not understand why anyone would want to kill Olson. He had no enemies.
That's what I was thinking, Manescu, and it gives rise to a few assorted, interesting thoughts.
What do you mean?
Maybe that bullet was meant for somebody else.
Somebody else? Do you mean yourself?
Yeah, maybe me. Or maybe you, Manescu.
Steve Mitchell will continue his dangerous assignment in just a moment.
Folks, I'd like to have you meet a good friend of mine and a prominent member of a fine little organization known as the Chicago White Sox, Mr. Lucius Benjamin Appling.
Ooh, Ed, don't say it like that. Whoever heard of a ball player named Lucius? What if I went around calling you Paul Edward Prentice? Let's just make it Ed and Luke, huh?
All right, Luke. Say, just how long have you been with the White Sox?
Over 20 years, Ed. Golly, I played in darn near 2,500 games. Been at bat almost 9,000 times. Man, I'm from way back.
Well, Luke, you don't look it. How do you keep up the pace, anyway?
Well, Ed, I sleep good. I eat good. I eat mighty good. Wheaties about 4 mornings a week. Those little old flakes put a lot of snap, even in an old-timer like me. Must be because they're 100% whole wheat. I sure like Wheaties and milk and fruit.
You know, Luke, that's exactly what I hear from a lot of ball players and plenty of other people, too. No wonder they call Wheaties the breakfast of champions.
Thank you, Ed Prentice and Luke Appling. And as for a breakfast of champions, friends, sure, they're for men who go to bat for a living, but confidentially, they're for us, too. You and me. We need whole wheat energy, same as the champions who play ball for their paychecks. Don't forget your own breakfast of champions. Wheaties. Get yours.
Now back to Dangerous Assignment and Steve Mitchell.
Mitchell, I have been expecting you.
You uncovered anything new, Lieutenant Siegel?
Indeed I have. You told me that when you mentioned the name Eva Loesch on the golf course earlier today, Manescu reacted visibly.
That's right. I dangled a little bait under his nose, and he snapped at it like an undernourished barracuda. Of course, to be fair to the guy, he probably knows that his wife is Eva's sister. It could have been that.
I am positive it was much more than that.
Oh?
I have done a considerable amount of investigation into Manescu's background, and I am sure it will be of interest to you to learn that in the old Nazi days in Germany, Manescu and Eva Loesch were, shall we say, extremely friendly.
Oh, yeah? Well, that kind of puts a different light on things.
Yeah, indeed it does. After Eva's death, Manescu married her sister Denise and made his escape from Germany with her.
And now Eva's popped up again. You know, that gives rise to an interesting possibility.
Yeah, the possibility that Manescu has been seeing Eva again and knows where she is.
Which means he either has those documents or knows where they are. Well, I've got to hand it to him for the big act he's been putting on about being such a friend of the United States.
If our suspicions of Manescu are correct, one cannot help feeling sorry for his wife, though.
Yeah. It must be a pretty rough spot for Denise if she has any idea what's going on.
Oh, excuse me, please. Lieutenant Segal speaking.
May I speak to Mr. Mitchell?
Yeah, one moment, please. It's for you, Mitchell. The lady in question.
Oh? Hello?
This is Denise Manescu, Mr. Mitchell. Something has come up. I must see you at once.
Okay, I'll be there in about 15 minutes. Well, it could be that Denise is starting to smell a rat, Lieutenant. I'd better get over there and see if it's the same rat. I think it is. So, I head for the Manescu's house. Manescu, with a preoccupied look and a putter in his hand, lets me in the front door. Then he disappears into his study. Denise is waiting for me in the living room.
Thank you very much for coming, Mr. Mitchell.
Oh, sure. You said something had come up, Denise?
Yes. First, let me ask you, did you say anything to my husband when he let you in the front door?
No, he looked like he was in another world.
Yes, he seems to be worried about something. I'm afraid I know what it is.
You think maybe he's been seeing Eva Loesch lately?
Yes, I think he has.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, too. When my sister died, I thought that part of his life was over. It is not a very pleasant thing to realize that you have been married on the rebound, Mr. Mitchell. I told you that...
What's the matter?
Steve, there is someone on the roof of the house next door.
What?
Wait. Whoever it was saw me watching and disappeared.
Come on.
Here, we can go out through these French doors.
Nowhere in sight. Did you recognize him?
All I could see was a trench coat, a slouched hat, and a gun.
Look, you stay here. I'll circle around this house and try to climb up and nab him. I circle around the house next door, and I spot some vines running up the wall. I start climbing, but 10 feet from the ground, I hear a sound that stops me cold. I drop to the ground, run back to Manescu's house. The study window is shattered, and in front of it stands Denise, staring inside, half hysterical. Denise, what happened? Denise!
Too late. I tried to warn him.
Warned who?
Look, in the window.
Manescu, on the floor. Tell me what happened, Denise.
After you went around to the other side of that house, the person came back to the edge of the roof.
That the door to the study?
Oh, yes.
Come on.
Oh, suddenly I knew what was going to happen. I started running to the study window to warn my husband, but then the shot.
Here we are.
George.
Bullet entered the top of his head. Must have come from the roof, all right. Wait a minute. What's that water glass doing on the floor?
But I don't know.
He must have knocked it over as he fell. Well, the man who shot him is probably a few blocks away by now.
Steve, I do not think it was a man.
What do you mean? You told me before the shot that he was wearing a trench coat and a slouch hat.
Yes, but just before the shot, I got a quick look at the face.
A woman?
I think it was my sister, Eva.
A most perplexing case, Mitchell. First, the janitor, Joseph Bildner, murdered. Second, the American, Olson, murdered. Third, George Manescu.
Murdered. But at least we know who's behind it all, Eva Loesch. So the big problem is finding her in those documents, Lieutenant. You know, there's one thing I don't get. Why is Eva hanging around town if she already has those documents?
Mitchell, have you considered the possibility that Manescu might have been shot by his wife, Denise?
Sure, I've considered it. She had a motive, too. She knew her husband had been seeing Eva, but there's just one little item that sort of knocks that theory into a cocked hat.
Yeah, unfortunately, you are right. You are referring, of course, to the angle at which the bullet entered Manescu's head.
Yeah, from the top of his head down.
Which would indicate that the bullet was fired from some distance above him. That his wife was out on the terrace at the time, slowly below him. As a matter of fact, below.
All of which brings us back to our friend Eva.
Excuse it, please. Are you Lieutenant Segal of the police?
Yeah.
Then perhaps you would be good enough to tell me what this is all about.
Perhaps you would be good enough to tell me your name and what is all about.
Excuse. I'm Anton. I drive taxi cab.
So?
So today in newspaper stands an advertisement.
Wait a minute. You mean the one about the cab driver who picked up a woman at the plaza last Tuesday night?
Yeah, you put it in?
No. Go on.
I answer the ad. I go to the address. There is policeman there. And over in one corner, a woman sitting with her head in her hands, crying.
That'd be Denise.
So I tell policeman that I picked up a woman last Tuesday night.
Probably Eva Loesch.
I did not know her name. I picked her up at the plaza, and she stayed in my cab only 2 blocks. She kept looking back over her shoulder, and then she made me pull over to the curb and got out. All this I tell policeman. He takes down my address and tells me to come over here to Imperial Bar and report to you.
Very well. Thank you for your information. You may go now.
Go, he says. Still, nobody tells me what this is all about.
Well, that was a big bunch of nothing.
Mitchell, this case is giving me a headache. Murders, stolen documents, political intrigue. And every time we think we have a fresh lead, it disappears into thin air. Poof. Oh.
Hey, watch it.
Yeah, it would appear my gestures are a little too much. Waiter!
Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Look, Siegel, you knocked the glass off the table just now and it broke.
This is not a very profound observation, Mitchell.
But I found the glass lying on its side in Manescu's study after he got shot, and that glass wasn't broken. Yet the table there is about the same height as the table here.
What are you getting at?
Manescu's glass wasn't knocked off the table. It was placed on the floor.
So?
So we've been a couple of prize jugheads.
I still do not understand what...
The whole thing has just fallen into place, Lieutenant. There's just one big thing wrong right now.
What do you mean?
I mean, we could be just about 5 minutes too late.
Mitchell, there's the cab driver's house just ahead.
Okay, let's stop here, Lieutenant. We'll circle around to the back of the house. He probably keeps his cab there.
Mitchell, I still do not understand why this taxi cab is suddenly so important to us.
Look, remember what that cab driver said? When he picked up Eva after she'd killed that janitor, she only stayed in his cab a few minutes, then got out.
Yeah, she hid the documents there. That is why she had Denise put that ad in the paper. She wanted to find that taxi cab driver.
That's right. Wait. Yeah, there's the cab in that little lean-to back of the house. Okay, let's take it as quiet as we can now.
Mitchell, a flashlight. Someone is in that cab.
Yeah, it doesn't really surprise me. Come on. Found those documents yet?
Denise Manescu.
No, Eva Loesch, Lieutenant. It's one and the same person.
What?
No, that's a lie.
Save it, Eva. The real Denise got killed in the Berlin Blitz, didn't she?
No.
You figured it'd be a neat scheme if people thought it was you who were killed. You posed as Denise, married Manescu, and got out of town.
Lies. All of them lies.
I guess Manescu was the right guy after all. He probably figured you'd reformed when he found out that you hadn't. You were afraid he'd expose you. You tried for him once on the golf course and got Olson instead. Then you rigged this little scheme for my benefit at your house this afternoon and killed him.
Mitchell, watch out.
Yeah, I see the gun. Your aim isn't as hot as it was, Eva. Drop it. That's better. And thanks for giving us the one piece of evidence we needed, this gun of yours. 5 will get you 10. We can prove that the slug that killed your husband came from this gun.
I will kill you.
Temper.
Mitchell.
Yeah?
This is all very nice, but there's one thing that we may have difficulty in proving.
What's that?
The angle of elevation of the bullet that killed Manescu.
That's right.
How could it have been fired by Eva here, who was standing on the ground outside the window?
That brings us back to the empty water glass, which was lying on its side on the floor in Manescu's study. I should have figured it sooner.
Figured what?
Look, when Manescu let me in the front door, he had a putter in his hand. He'd already told me that he practiced putting at home whenever he had a problem. And along about then, he had a big problem. What to do about Eva.
Putting?
Yeah. How do you go about putting a golf ball, Lieutenant?
Why, one takes the club in his hand, bends over the ball, and...
You can stop right there. That's what Manescu was doing. That's why the bullet entered the top of his head. Right, Eva?
I have nothing to say.
You don't have to. You know, you never want to underestimate anybody's golf game, Eva. You probably thought your husband's putting practice was a big joke. Well, maybe you were right. Yeah, I guess you could call it a joke. A real funny one. It'll kill you.
Well, we certainly enjoyed that assignment, Brian. Your usual sterling performance.
Thank you, Frank. I had an extra bowl full of Wheaties this morning. Maybe that helped.
Well, I'm sure it did, Brian. Seriously, you know, Wheaties can make a difference.
Oh, I agree. Less of a letdown.
Oh, more of the old up and at 'em.
That's right, but I have something to confess, Frank.
You have what?
The real reason I eat Wheaties is I like them.
Well, good for you. Best reason in the world. It's fine, the whole wheat, vitamins and minerals and proteins in Wheaties. But it's just the plain goodness you go for, huh?
That's right, Frank.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard the words of an honest man. Get your Wheaties tomorrow. Work better all morning for it. But most of all, eat 'em because you like 'em. Right, Brian Donlevy?
Right, Frank. Good night.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif with music by Basil Adlam, conducted by Ralph Hallenbeck, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Join us again next Wednesday when Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell embarks on another dangerous assignment.
And this is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you to listen Thursday, that's tomorrow night, to Sarah Berner in Sarah's Private Caper on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then.
Next, listen for the Falcon on NBC.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. Good evening. This is Bill Foreman speaking to you for the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of their own store names. They've done that because they recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. Rexall's brand new multivitamin product, Formula V10, is an excellent example. For Formula V10 is a really pleasant-tasting, really easy-to-take product that helps prevent vitamin and iron deficiencies. The recommended daily dosage supplies twice the minimum requirement of vitamin B1, 5 times the requirement of iron, plus minimum daily requirements of A, D, and B2, plus red crystalline vitamin B12. Ask for pleasant-tasting Formula V10. That's V as in vitamin. V10 at Rexall drugstores everywhere. The stores with the orange and blue sign. Good health to all from Rexall. Now, your Rexall family druggist brings you a transcribed half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Is this the Diamond Detective Agency?
What does the sign say on the door?
Diamond Detective Agency.
Now, read the second line, please.
Recommended by good housekeeping.
And the last line, please.
Homicides delivered at the rear.
That's fine. 20/20 vision. Now, if you just hop around on 1 foot while I classify you in 1A, I'll see that you're on the next boat to the Aleutians.
Are you Diamond?
Are you a prospective client?
Yes.
I'm Diamond. I charge $100 a day in expenses.
Do you ever leave town, Mr. Diamond?
Occasionally, but I can never get used to the tar and feathers.
I'd like you to go to California with me.
Oh, just lonesome, or have you got a problem?
I represent a very wealthy man in Hollywood. He has a problem.
A very wealthy man, huh?
Millions.
I'd love to meet him.
I'll arrange it. When can you leave?
Well, now, that's a bit of a problem. Let's see. Close the office, do some packing, take care of a few engagements. It'll take me at least 13 minutes.
4 o'clock now. We can leave LaGuardia by 5.
You have the tickets already?
No tickets are necessary, Mr. Diamond. Mr. Harvey's private plane and pilot are standing by.
The gentleman's name turned out to be Kane, Fred Kane, from Beverly Hills, California. Obviously representing a client with more than a cozy income. Private plane, private pilot, and worth millions. How cozy can you get? I called Helen, told her I'd send her a starlit swimming pool or something, and by 5:30 I was riding with Fred Kane in Mr. Harvey's private plane, headed for sunny California.
Comfortable?
Ah, I haven't seen furnishings like this since I got lost in the men's lounge at the Waldorf.
Drink?
Later. The time has come, the walrus said.
To talk of many things.
Right.
I represent Mr. George L. Harvey.
The big motion picture producer?
Yeah. He's being blackmailed.
Well, why come all the way to New York for me? You've got some pretty good boys in California. Spade, Novak. Of course, they haven't got my blue eyes.
GL didn't want any local talent brought in on this case. You're quite well known, even in California.
Oh, well, I can understand that.
GL thought it'd be a good idea to have an outsider helping him. Someone who wouldn't be recognized.
Okay, bless old GL and all his little millions. Now, who's blackmailing him?
GL will tell you everything himself when we get to California.
Fred Kane and I played Jen for the next couple of hours, and we didn't talk any more about G.L. Harvey and his blackmail troubles. By 8:30, we were somewhere over Kansas, and I was getting sleepy, so I turned in. Around 6 the next morning, we landed in Burbank. I stepped out to get my first look at beautiful, wonderful, sunny California.
We'll have to run for it. GL will have a car waiting.
A car? I'm surprised at GL. I thought sure he'd meet us with his private life raft. The car was waiting all right, complete with chauffeur, footman, and dinghy. We plowed our way through 6 inches of early morning dew and headed for the Beverly Hills Hotel where I was supposed to stay. We arrived around 7, got me settled in my room, a tiny little affair that reminded me of a well-decorated roundhouse. Then we had breakfast, and by 10 o'clock I was standing in the offices of George L. Harvey, Hollywood producer.
Glad you're here, Diamond. Have a seat.
Yeah, thank you. You haven't got an old ringer around you, have you?
Nasty weather, isn't it? It'll clear up. Got to. Can't stay in a cover set all week. Schedule's too tight.
Cover set?
GL's shooting a new picture. If the company has some unexpected bad weather and they're shooting exteriors, they have a cover set and they can move into and shoot some interior scenes.
Oh.
You interested in motion pictures, Diamond?
Well, I see a few. Right now, I'm more interested in blackmail, Mr. Harvey.
Oh, yes. Well, here's the setup. Fred here introduced me to a girl about a month ago, Mary Conrad.
And now she's got you on the hook.
Very much on the hook. Pretty girl. No, more than that. Beautiful. Brunette, about 5'6". Well, she's...
Beautiful.
We became very, well...
Friendly.
Yes. I'm married, Mr. Diamond. My wife doesn't know anything about this.
Unless Mary Conrad tells her.
Yes, and she's threatened to do just that.
Unless you kick through with something.
Yes.
Money?
Yes, $100,000.
Well, that's a nice round sum. Fred should be more careful about the girls he introduces you to.
I had no way of knowing, Diamond. I met the girl in Las Vegas. 2 weeks later, I met her at a party down here.
It was just as much my fault. I saw her with Fred and wanted an introduction.
And you got it. $100,000. How do you do?
Yes.
You want me to get something on her or to get the evidence back?
Well, yes.
So wonder you don't get into more trouble, GL. You just don't know how to say no. It was pretty obvious that I'd have to meet the blackmailer, so a party was arranged by Fred Kane at GL's beach house, and without GL's presence, so I could get acquainted with the beautiful Mary Conrad. GL gave me a $200 retainer and blushed a little when I kissed him on both cheeks. Then Fred Kane sailed me back to the Beverly Hills, where he rented a car for me and told me how to get to the beach home. By 8 o'clock that evening, I was driving down the coast highway on the way to Malibu. I couldn't get over it. The rain had stopped. There was a big yellow moon sitting up in a cloudless sky, and a warm breeze was blowing in off the Pacific. I even put the top down.
Hello, Diamond. Come on in.
Say, what's with this weather? 1 minute it's pouring, and the next time it comes out like a travel folder.
We're just getting into the rainy season. It'll probably stay clear like this for at least a week.
Oh.
Give me your hat, and I'll take you in and introduce you to the guests.
Oh, it's what? A New York gumshoe out looking for a blackmailer?
Yeah, that's right. You're an agent.
Agent? I don't know anything about agents.
You like money, don't you?
That's my name, spelled backwards.
Then you're an agent.
It was a small little party. That is, of course, if you compared it to Ebbets Field during a World Series. GL's house was in the middle of what was known as Malibu Colony. That's a bunch of houses built right out on the sand and surrounded by money. Fred took me around and introduced me as an agent from New York and an old friend. I met everything from producers, writers, and directors to several well-known motion picture stars, one of which had her French poodle with her.
And this is Michelle, Mr. Diamond. Say hello to Mr. Diamond, Michelle.
Oh, oh! Oops, sorry. Great Dane. And on until finally we got around to my objective for the evening. And believe me, I'd enlist 3 times a week just to go after that kind of an objective. Brunette, about 5'6". When she looked up at me, I felt as nervous as a cat in a ukulele factory.
This is Mary Conrad, Mr. Diamond, Mary.
Hello.
Be
Hello.
nice to him. He's a big New York agent. I see some other guests now. Take care of them, Mary.
Looks like Fred has paired us off.
Well, he knows a good combination when he sees it. 2 best-looking people at the party. Of course, I'm prettier than you are.
How long have you known Fred?
Fred? Oh, years and years. We used to play stickball together over in Canarsie.
I thought Fred was a native Californian.
Well, oh, yes. Well, he is. He used to come all the way to New York just for the stickball. We had quite a team.
I'll bet you did. What position did you play?
I played left gutter. That's the dirty side of the street.
Oh.
How about a drink, huh? She showed me where the bar was, and we sat down and got acquainted. Then she showed me where the ocean was, and we took off our shoes and walked out on the sand. Then we sat down and really got acquainted.
It's nicer out here. I don't like parties much.
Well, I like this one,
Compliment?
naturally.
Thank you. How long are you going to be in California?
Oh, I don't know. It depends.
Business?
Yeah.
You're not having much fun, are you?
Oh, sure. I'm having a ball.
You're lonesome, aren't you?
Like 50 miles of dirt road.
Let's leave the party.
All right. Where to?
Well, my car's here, and it wouldn't be good to be seen leaving together. I'll go first, and you follow in about 5 minutes. You can pick me up at my house.
Score for Diamond. She gave me her address and told me how to get there. Then we walked back to the party, and she left. I gave the high sign to Kane, and in 5 minutes I followed. Mary Conrad's house was on the outskirts of Beverly Hills, south of Pico. There was a long, low, black sedan, the type a chauffeur usually drives, parked in front of the house. The same car that had picked me up at the airport that morning. And it belonged to G.L. Harvey. Before I could get parked, the door to the little house flew open, and old G.L. himself came barreling out like a squirrel with his tail on fire. G.L.! Mr. Harvey! Hey! Mr. Harvey! Here's a question for all overweight women. Would you like to know how to reduce without starving, without counting calories, without back-breaking exercise?
Would I? But it isn't possible, is it?
It certainly is. With a new Ann Delafield reducing plan, you lose up to 5 pounds a week and gain new pep and energy besides. Best of all, you have none of the hunger pangs and bother that most people dread about reducing. The Ann Delafield reducing plan shows you how to lose weight naturally.
Sounds wonderful. What does the plan include?
Everything you need to slim you down and keep you slim. Vitamins to bolster your diet. Ann Delafield appetite-reducing wafers to curb that unruly appetite, and an important complete beauty book. And here's a tip for all overweight men. Rexall is proud to announce their new Delafield reducing plan for men. It's sound, scientific, and easy. So look young, feel young, stay young for your age. Ask for the Delafield reducing plan for men. Available only at Rexall drugstores. And now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Hey, what the devil?
Oh, hello there, Mr. Harvey.
Diamond, how did you get into the studio?
I went to your home first.
My home? You didn't talk to anyone?
Your car wasn't around, so I tried the studio. The cop at the gate wouldn't let me in, so I climbed a fence.
Climbed a fence?
It was better than having him call you. You might have wanted to see me.
I'd wanted to see you. Don't be foolish. Why not see you?
You often come to your offices late at night?
Look, Diamond, I saw you when you yelled at me in front of Mary Conrad's house.
Why didn't you stop?
I was too frightened. I was scared stiff. I suppose you found her.
Yeah.
It was terrible. Awful. Just awful.
I'll bet it was.
I thought about going home. I thought about a lot of places. I ended up here.
Did you kill her?
No. Of course I didn't kill her. She called me from Malibu, told me to meet her at her house. I got there before she did. She drove up, and we went in. It was just awful.
You went in, then what?
She turned her living room light on, and there was a shot. She looked kind of surprised, and I was too stunned for a minute to really know what had happened. Then she just kind of looked at me like she wanted me to help. It was then I really got it. I knew she'd been shot. She fell, and I rushed over to her. She died right there, lying on the floor, looking up at me like I don't know.
There was a gun beside her.
Was there? I didn't see it.
Well, here it is. Take a look at it. 45, one shot fired. Ever seen it before?
No.
You know, I could get in a lot of trouble taking this gun from the scene of murder. But I had a hunch it was worth it. I thought maybe it might be your gun. If it isn't, I'll get it back to the cops and take my chances.
I don't know whether it is or not.
Well, do you own a 45?
Yes, I keep it at the beach house. But even if that turns out to be my gun, Mr. Diamond, I didn't kill Mary Conrad.
Oh, I don't think you did either.
You might have wanted to kill her because of the blackmail, but that would be premeditated. You'd plan it, and a man who commits a planned killing doesn't leave the murder weapon around, especially if it happens to belong to him. But if you were in love with her...
I wasn't.
Well, I'm taking that chance. A jealous lover might do a lot of silly things.
I have a wife and family.
I thought about that, too. But I'm not sure the police would pay much attention. If the blackmail got out, you'd have a motive. If this gun turns out to be yours, has your fingerprints on it, that would cinch it.
What about the police?
I called them and got out. You know where the shot came from?
I didn't even take time to think about it. I just ran.
There was a heavy smell of cordite on the other side of the room near the bedroom. Bedroom door was ajar. Bedroom window was open. Killer probably shot her from the bedroom. You ran. He threw the gun in beside the body.
What are we going to do?
Well, there's one thing that makes me wonder a little. Mary Conrad asked me to come over to her house, too. What do you suppose she wanted with both of us there?
I can't imagine.
Well, neither can I. It's certainly worth looking into.
Thanks, Diamond.
You know, I've had some pretty fair experiences with murder, GL, but like everybody else, I make mistakes. I hope this is not going to be one of them. I gave GL Harvey 2 instructions. First, find out if he was missing a .45 automatic. Second, go on about his business like nothing had happened. And forget that he'd known Mary Conrad other than casually. I knew I was taking a big chance. Being an accessory after the fact could land me in a lot of hot water. But GL just didn't figure as the killer. And if I was right, someone was trying to fit him for a king-size frame. Why? Who? What was the motive? Those were things I was going to have to find out and find them out in a hurry. So while the police were undoubtedly still busy with an identification on Mary Conrad, I got back in my rented car and took off for Malibu.
Yeah, back so soon?
No laughs.
You find out anything?
Where can we talk?
You look like something's wrong.
You should see how Mary Conrad looks. Fred Kane took me in the den, and we locked out the rest of the party. I told him just what had happened, and he poured himself a long drink.
Yeah. You think GL really did it?
I want to do some checking on Mary Conrad before I start making any guesses. Now, you said you met her in Las Vegas, didn't you?
That's right.
And then tell me everything you know about her. And he didn't know much. He'd met Mary at the Serena Hotel, just ran into her at a party. He had seen her several times in the following few days, and she had mentioned she was coming down to L.A., so he'd ask her to look him up. She had, and that was the extent of it.
What do I tell the police? They'll certainly find out who she's been seeing.
It'll take them a while to check. Did she have any other friends?
She never mentioned any.
You met her at the Serena. Was she with anyone?
I don't remember his name.
You remember the date?
It was about a month ago, the last few days I was there.
Oh, well, okay. I'm going to take a trip to Vegas and see if I can find out anything more.
You must really think GL's innocent.
Don't you?
Well, yes. But he certainly had a motive.
Oh, I don't think GL would kill anyone for $100,000. The thing I can't figure is why anyone would want to frame him. What could they gain by it? I drove back to Burbank, grabbed a late plane for Las Vegas, and about an hour and a half later, I was checking with the desk clerk at the Serena. We went through the lists of guests during the time Fred Kane's last visit. Kane had checked out on the 8th of October. He said he'd met Mary Conrad several days before. I gave the desk clerk her description, but he didn't remember. And she hadn't been registered at the Serena. So I started checking every hotel and motor court in Vegas.
Mary Conrad, huh?
Yeah, about 5'6", brunette, blue eyes.
Mary Conrad. Oh, she didn't register here. Here, take a look for yourself.
I kept going, one hotel after another, and no Mary Conrad registered at any of them. But she had to live someplace if she stayed in Las Vegas. Bartender, give me a scotch and water.
Sure thing.
Hey, you look a little beat, friend. Can I buy you a drink?
I just bought one.
Hey, I understand you're trying to find Mary Conrad.
You know her?
Yeah?
Well, friend, I'd like to ask you some questions.
What's it worth?
Depends on how much you know.
I know plenty.
Oh, we'll see. What's your name?
Not here. You get a car outside. We'll take a ride.
Okay. Information, please. Slid off the stool and led the way out of the hotel and out across the parking lot. This guy knew I was looking for Mary Conrad. How? Had to be tipped off, or he'd been tailing me. When he walked in front of me, the little old gun in his hip pocket showed up like a bathing beauty on the gorilla farm. Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Where's the car?
Huh? Oh, right over there.
Mm-hmm. The one with the fat guy behind the wheel?
Just a friend.
Oh, sure. I think we talk right here. He thought about it for a second, glanced over at his fat friend sitting in the car, then back at me.
Here?
Right here.
Okay.
He made up his mind, all right. He grabbed for his right hip pocket and that big gun, but that was as far as he got because I second-guessed it. His friend took off, staying behind a line of parked cars until he was clear of the parking lot and far enough away so I couldn't get in a good shot. I leaned down over the man who had wanted to kill me. He was very dead. Well, I'd held out police evidence in Los Angeles and killed a man in Las Vegas. I was in a spot, and only one lead left. The big fat driver who'd taken off in the car. I went through the dead man's pocket and came up with one thing. A $100 gambling chip from the Ace of Clubs casino. Oh, how about using that car of yours?
Huh?
Don't turn around, or you'll get mixed up with a lot of bullets.
What do you want?
A talk. Keep looking straight ahead like nothing was happening. I'll kill you if you try anything, I promise you that.
What is this? Who are you?
I just shot a friend of yours in the Serena parking lot.
I've been in my office all night.
Oh, sure. Start walking for the door.
You'll never get away with this, Diamond.
I thought you didn't know me. Start walking.
I own this place, Diamond. My boys are all over the joint.
Swell. Yell for him once and you have a dirty old hole in your pretty coat.
Look, you and me can discuss this without getting rough.
Out the door. And smile. Now, where's the car?
Across the street.
Hey, wait a minute. A couple of your boys are following us. They look a little worried about me. Tell them how happy you are. Go on.
Okay. Relax, boys. It's okay. Me and my friend are just talking some business.
All right. Across the street. We're going to take a little drive outside of town where we can have some peace and quiet. Just you and me in the desert. That's good enough. Pull off the road.
Look, Diamond.
Pull off the road.
You know the cop's going to be out looking for you.
That's why I need some answers in a hurry. Why did your boy try to kill me tonight?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Get out of the car.
Now, look, I
Get
swear...
out.
What's this going to prove, Diamond?
You're going to start walking. Straight out into that desert. At the end of 100 paces, if you haven't told me what I want to know, you're going to get it. Right in your big, ugly face.
You'll never get away with it.
Walk. Now, that's the trouble with you big, tough guys. Get a fellow in a spot, and you never figure he might just be desperate enough to shoot his way out of it. Why did your boy try to knock me off tonight?
I've got a lot of dough, Diamond. I can get you out of the state and make you rich. I'll swear you killed my boy in self-defense.
How well do you know Mary Conrad?
Well, never heard of her.
I've held out police evidence in California, and I've shot a man in Nevada. I'm in a tough spot. I'll just about do anything.
You kill me and you'll never find out anything.
I'll keep looking. Who else is mixed up in this? How'd you know who I was?
I found out.
Well, you're nearly there.
You're bluffing.
You got 15 paces to go.
You'll never get out of town. You kill me and every cop in the state will be after you.
You're a big man, huh?
I swing a lot of weight.
Well, I don't like your kind of big men. Stop here. How about it? Gonna tell me how you're mixed up in this?
Now, wait a minute. This is getting ridiculous.
It's a matter of opinion. You gonna tell me?
Wait. You must be nuts. Supposing I did know something. I tell you, you tell the cops. Maybe I knocked off somebody. I get the gas chamber.
Then it shouldn't make any difference to you. This will be a lot quicker.
What do you want to know?
Who's Mary Conrad?
My girl. Her real name's Mary Langley.
Who killed her?
Fred Kane. The guy who works for Jail Harvey.
Why?
Kane owed me a lot of dough. Couldn't pay it. Jill Harvey was to go to the gas chamber for killing someone. Kane had become head of the Harvey Productions.
Why wouldn't Harvey's wife take over?
Well, she'd own it, but Jill's will states that Kane would run it.
How do you fit?
Kane promised me a 50-50 split if I'd lay off about the debt. I talked Mary into it, and Kane introduced her to Harvey. The old boy went for a hook, line, and sinker. Then she started blackmailing him.
So you'd have a motive for murder?
Yeah.
She never figured she was going to get killed.
No, she just thought we were going to milk the old boy for the $100,000 and pull out.
How did I fit in?
Harvey's idea. When Kane told me about it, I figured it wouldn't be bad. You could catch Harvey after the murder.
Well, why did you make a date with me, then call Harvey?
Well, we told her to. Told her you were a private eye working for Harvey's wife. We said that you could be bought, and it would be a good idea to catch her with Harvey.
So you waited in the bedroom until GL came in and you shot her, threw the gun in beside her.
Hey, wait a minute. I didn't shoot her. Kane shot her.
Oh, Kane took GL's gun from the Malibu house?
That's right.
Oh, you lame brain. I left Kane at the Malibu house when I went to see Mary. He was there when I got back. Witnesses will swear he was around the whole time. You killed the girl and hopped the plane back here for Vegas.
No, I didn't kill her.
Go over by that rock.
Take it easy, Diamond.
Go on.
Okay, I shot her. I hid in the bedroom and shot her. But you won't be around to talk about her.
Come on, get up. Get up! Oh, for Pete's sake, now I have to carry him back to the car.
Here at last is a mouthwash that cleans as it sweetens as it deodorizes. It's new triple-acting Rexall mouthwash with chlorophyll. And it's more effective because it combines nature's own breath freshener, chlorophyll, with a foaming action that floats away retained food particles. What's more, a special surface-active ingredient gives Rexall mouthwash with chlorophyll a wider coverage, a deeper penetration. The result? A clean, fresh mouth. A clean, fresh breath for hours. So fresh up with a cooling, minty-flavored mouthwash that cleans as it sweetens, as it deodorizes. Rexall mouthwash with chlorophyll at Rexall drugstores everywhere. Good health to all from Rexall. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and was written by Blake Edwards with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. Dick Powell directed the RKO production Split Second, which is now in release, and his latest film appearance was in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer award-winning The Bad and the Beautiful. Featured in tonight's cast were Junius Matthews, Raymond Burr, Gene Bates, Virginia Gregg, and Wilms Herbert. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this time when Rexall Drug Products again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Men, cut your shaving time in half. Use Stag Brushless Shave Cream, the brushless cream that stays moist longer. No fuss, no rub-in. Just smooth it on for quicker, closer, face-happier shaves every time. Ask for Stag Brushless Shave Cream. Jumbo tube, only 50 cents. At Rexall drugstores everywhere.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
adventure fans, calling all Dick Tracy fans. Stand by. Here comes Dick Tracy now.
Yes, it's time for Dick Tracy in another electrically transcribed episode of his thrilling detective adventures, brought to you by Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, the specially delicious, nourishing cereals that are shot from guns to give you trigger-fast food energy. Well, spring's on the way. Days getting longer. There's lots more time now for patrol activities and fun outdoors. And that means that you need lots of trigger-fast food energy to keep wide awake and fast on your feet, the way Dick Tracy wants you to be. Big guns. Hear them? Dozens of times every day, those special Quaker guns are actually loaded with sun-ripened grains of nourishing wheat and rice. Then these hard-to-digest little kernels of grain are exploded to 8 times their normal size. And that not only makes them look different and taste better than ordinary cereals, that special Quaker process makes puffed wheat and puffed rice specially easy to digest, so that you get trigger-fast food energy more quickly and easily. So have puffed wheat one morning, and then puffed rice the next, for a delightful variety. Look in the pantry now to see if you have any of those famous red and blue packages. And if not, ask Mother today to get you some Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice from the grocery that displays the Dick Tracy Secret Service Patrol headquarters sign. Dick Tracy has been trying to bring to justice the notorious outlaw of the great Northwest, Vernon Kyle. In our last episode, we heard how the mysterious Purple Rider had kidnapped one of Kyle's men. But Kyle and his men made good their threat to stop the dog sleds carrying loads of pitch blende from getting through to Peel River by causing a snowslide, just as the dog teams were passing through Dead Man's Pass. The mounted police were frantically trying to dig the men out. Pat Patton was the first to be discovered, and from his condition, it would seem that the rescuers may have arrived too late.
Tracy, is Patton, is he?
I don't know, McKean, I don't know. Keep your men on it, keep them digging. They've got to find those miners and save them if they can.
Dick.
Pat, Dick. Thank goodness you're alive.
Oh, it's cold.
Well, the boys have built a fire. I'll get you over to it.
Yeah, fire. Very close to the fire. Oh, I'm cold. So cold.
Well, not too close, Pat. You'll have to take it by easy stages. Come on now. There we are. Well, I was afraid it was all over with you, Pat.
Oh, I thought so too, Dick. How about the others?
They're digging for them, Pat.
Here's another one!
Good. Bring them over here to the fire, McKean.
Hard to carry. All right, lend a hand, boys. He's breathing, though. You'll pull out of it all right. God's been good to us tonight, Tracy.
Yes, we have much to be grateful for. Keep the boys at it, McKean.
They're doing the best they can, Tracy. They've dug through to the sleds, and it won't be long before they have all of them out. And we arrived just in time, Tracy. A few minutes later, and it might have been all over with these men.
Let me get close to that fire, Dick.
All right, Pat, easy does it. Not too close.
Gosh, Dick, it was awful. I thought we were finished when the snow caved in on us. It happened so fast. We couldn't run. We were trapped.
Yeah, I know. Well, there's one man who won't be so happy to see you survive this snowslide, and that's Vernon Kyle.
Do you think Kyle was behind all this?
I'm sure of it, Pat. That snowslide was timed too nicely. Having it happen just at the precise moment it did wasn't a coincidence, Pat. Tell me, did you hear sounds like explosives going off?
Oh, I'm not sure, but I think so. As I said, it all happened so fast.
Yes, exactly. Much faster than ordinary snowslide, because dynamite started it.
We've got to get Kyle for this, if for nothing else.
We'll get him. The Purple Rider doesn't get him first.
The Purple Rider? What are you talking about?
Well, the Purple Rider, Pat, is a man who seems to share our dislike for Kyle. A fellow, apparently, who's decided to take the law into his own hands. We had a note from him tonight saying that he was going to help us put Kyle out of the way.
What do you know about that? Have you any idea who the Purple Rider is, Dick?
No, Pat, I haven't. All I do know is that he's a man with a flair for showmanship, wears a purple hood and goes in for a mystery atmosphere. But this much is certain. Whoever he is, we'll have to do what we can to stop him.
Stop him? But if he wants to help us, Dick...
I know. His intentions may be all right, Pat, but his methods are wrong. If we sanction what he's trying to do, we're sanctioning mob rule. Doesn't make any difference whether it's just one individual taking the law into his own hands or 20. No, Pat, our job up here is twice as big now as it was before. We've got to bring Kyle to justice, and we've got to stop the Purple Rider as well.
Tracy. Always Tracy. Everywhere I turn, he's there. This is the last time that fellow's going to cross me.
Oh, now take it easy.
Shut up. I know what I'm doing. What's the matter with you guys, anyway? You put guys out of the way before. Why can't you take care of Tracy? His life isn't charmed. First one of you fools misses out on a good chance to put Tracy out of the way, and lets Tracy shoot him through the window. Then there's this Purple Rider. Well, I know one thing. Tracy's behind that Purple Rider. And by the time I'm through, I'll know more. And now there's this dead man's past business. You made a mess of that, didn't you?
Oh, we tried.
Shut up, I said. All right. I know the sleds didn't get through, but that isn't enough. I wanted to get those miners. I wanted to teach them a lesson. And Patton. I wanted Patton out of the way.
Well, can we help it if Tracy was told about the snowslide? Can we help it if the Mounties got there in time and dug those men out?
Snowslide? You call that a snowslide? They were able to dig Patton and the miners out in 15 minutes. You had enough dynamite to blow Dead Man's Pass and everything in it to the moon. Why didn't you do it?
Well, we did the best we could.
The best, huh? Well, if that's your best, I better get me another gang. A gang that isn't scared at the sound of Dick Tracy's name.
Oh, now, boss.
Hand me my cigarette case out of my coat there.
Okay, boss, I'll get it.
Everything goes wrong, everything. I wanted to teach them miners they couldn't get away with using them dog sleds when I wanted them to use my plane.
There's your cigarette case, boss.
Them miners get away with this, the next thing you know, they'll decide they don't want me for a partner anymore. With Tracy behind them, encouraging them to stand up and fight, they may get the idea they can win out against me. Well, if they do, they're crazy. I'll put the screws on. I'll show them what it means to...
Carl, what is it? What happened? Hey, you look pale.
My cigarette case. Look.
What's the matter with your cigarette case?
A note. A slip of paper pasted inside.
What do you know?
It says Baldy is gone. Another will follow him tonight. Expect me at 9 o'clock. And it's signed the Purple Rider.
The Purple Rider?
Look, I'm getting out of here.
Yeah, me too. I don't like that.
Here we are, all of you. I don't know how this note got inside my cigarette case, who put it there, or how he did it. But you can bet your boots it was put there by somebody who's human, just like the rest of us. There ain't nothing to be frightened about. You boys stick to me.
Hey there. It's him. It's the Purple Rider.
Let me out of here. Let me out of here. Here we are, all of you. It's not 9 o'clock yet. It can't be the Purple Rider. Throw your guns.
Hey, I got mine.
Okay. Bill, open that door.
Me?
Yeah, you heard me. Open that door.
Sure.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Tracy.
It's Tracy. Holy mackerel. And I thought it was...
Who did you think it was?
Don't mind that. What are you doing here, Tracy? What do you want?
We've come to have a quiet little talk with you, Kyle. Sort of informal.
All right, Pat, I'll handle this. Kyle, I suppose you know why I'm here.
I don't know, and I don't care.
I'm here to warn you and to have a showdown.
That's very nice of you.
All right, save your sarcasm. Kyle, you're beginning to...
Wait a minute, Tracy.
You listen to me. I'll do the talking. Kyle, you've terrorized the miners long enough. You've extorted 50% of their profits, even though you didn't rate a penny. What's more, you've assumed that you can play fast and loose with radium, one of the rarest, most expensive, and most precious elements, an element which civilization needs. You're going to find that you made a serious mistake, and the day when you're going to make this rather shocking discovery is very close at hand.
Now, I'll tell one. If that's all you've got to say, Tracy, you can...
Dick, let me take a poke at that
No, take it easy, Pat. Now, Kyle, I've warned you. If you're wise, you'll heed that warning.
If I'm wise, huh? Well, you've done a lot of talking. Now, I'll tell you something. And get this, Greenhorn, and get it straight. You and me tangled once before. You happened to win out then, but that don't mean it'll happen again. I run this town, see? I've run it for a long time. And I'm not going to be forced out by a tenderfoot from the city, even if his name happens to be Dick Tracy. So you come here to warn me, huh? Listen, you hang around here much longer, Tracy. You keep pushing your face into things that ain't your business, and you might not get back to the big city alive.
Hey, do you hear what I hear, Dick?
And that goes for you, too, Patton. I owe you something special. I haven't forgotten that sock on the jaw. You caught me off my guard then.
Well, you're not off your guard now, so...
Easy, Pat, easy.
You heard him, Dick. He wants another chance.
All right, forget it.
Quite a scrap of that shadow of yours, Tracy. Maybe one of these days, him and me will have the pleasure of meeting private.
Any time at all, Kyle.
Tracy, you don't think you can scare me out, do you? And another thing, all this hocus-pocus. If you think this Purple Rider bluff scares me, you're crazy. I know he's one of your men.
So, you think the Purple Rider is one of my men, do you?
Yeah, you're not kidding me. I don't know what you've done with Baldy, but you better see that he turns up real quick, alive and safe. And you better cut out sending me them notes.
Notes, huh? So you've been getting a few notes, too, have you?
Yeah, you know I have. Found this one in my cigarette case.
May I see it?
You don't have to see it. You wrote it. You came a little early tonight, Purple Rider. You said you wouldn't come until 9 o'clock.
I see. So now you think I'm the Purple Rider. A few seconds ago, you were supposed to be someone working for me. Well, for your information, Kyle, I'm not the Purple Rider, and I don't know who he is. But I do know this. He's out to get you, and he will if he isn't stopped. Which puts me in a peculiar position. I'm out to bring one man to justice, that's you, and to stop another, the Purple Rider, who's trying to do the job for me.
Stop him? I don't believe it.
I didn't suppose you would. The difference between the Purple Rider and me is that I'm out to get you in the name of the law, and the Purple Rider, whoever he is taking the law into his own hands. And his motive is revenge.
It's 9 o'clock now, Kyle.
Well, what of it?
The guy that calls himself the Purple Rider, he said he'd be here at 9. And he'd take one of us guys away with him.
I wouldn't worry about that. You're looking at the Purple Rider right now, and his name is Tracy.
Yeah, well, how do you know he's the Purple Rider? Tracy just told you he was, and you ain't got no proof that he...
Go kick that door open.
Oh, jumping Jenny Wrens, look! Standing there in the door.
Dick, look.
Yes, Pat. It's the Rider. The Purple Rider. And he's got the drop on us.
Who is the Purple Rider? And what will happen next? Can you guess? It's a puzzler. Now, all you wide-awake Dick Tracy fans are invited to attend our Dick Tracy Secret Service Patrol meeting brought to you by Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, the delicious, nourishing cereals that give you trigger-fast food energy because they're shot from guns. All right, Mr. President, we're ready.
The meeting will now come to order, and today we have great news.
Whoa, Junior. Just a second here. Here comes the president of the National Girls Division of the Dick Tracy Secret Service Patrol.
Oh, hello, Miss Trueheart.
Hello, Junior and Mr. Quakerman.
Hello.
I just had to run out today and tell you all the good news.
Oh, great. What is it?
Well, we've been checking the new memberships in the Girls Division, and what do you think?
I don't know what.
The National Girls Division was only started 9 days ago, and already the girls' membership has more than doubled. Isn't that wonderful?
Oh, I'll say.
It certainly is, Miss Trueheart. Congratulations.
The girls are the ones to be congratulated, Mr. Quakerman. All the wide-awake girls who love fun and adventures, who stand for law and order, and who do things are joining and telling their friends to join.
All the regular fellas are joining the patrol, too. And it's swell to see them join and then be promoted to sergeant, then lieutenant, captain, and then to inspector general.
The girls are starting to win their promotions to the officers' ranks, too. We had a lot of applications this week. Dick and I are very proud of all our patrol members and the great work they're doing.
And you're just as proud when you're a patrol member, so don't miss another day of the fun. Join now and get your secret code book, your patrol pledge, and official badge all free. It's easy to join the Dick Tracy Secret Service Patrol or the National Girls Division. You just tear the tops off 2 packages of Quaker Puffed Wheat or Quaker Puffed Rice or one of both. Print your name and address clearly on a plain piece of paper, and if you're a boy, be sure to write boy at the top of the piece of paper. And if you're a girl, write Girls Division. And then mail it with your 2 box tops to Dick Tracy, Box L, Chicago. And then you're a full-fledged member of a great nationwide organization of hundreds of thousands of the finest, keenest boys and girls in the country. So look to see if there's some delicious, refreshing Quaker Puffed Wheat or Quaker Puffed Rice in your pantry now. They're the different, nourishing cereals that give you trigger-fast food energy like Dick Tracy has, because they're shot from guns. And if you don't see those famous red and blue packages there, ask Mother today to get you some Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice from the grocer right away.
Calling all adventure fans, calling all Dick Tracy fans. Stand by for another exciting electrically transcribed Dick Tracy adventure tomorrow at this same time. There goes Dick Tracy now. That is all.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Now, from the makers of Cold Water Oma...
Mrs. Peel stood in her office at Cipher headquarters, her hand still on the telephone that rested in its cradle. She stared ahead of her, totally ignoring Ferret, who'd burst into the room.
Mrs. Peel? Mrs. Peel, are you all right? Mrs. Peel?
Mrs. Peel didn't move, or even look at him.
Mrs. Peel? What happened?
A wet window cleaner's leather dropped over Ferret's face. He struggled for air, but the leather tightened into a shiny brown mask, stretching tighter and tighter, suffocating him. He stopped struggling eventually and sank to the floor, dead. Mrs. Peel still stood, frozen and expressionless, looking down at the body.
The Avengers. John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers.
Episode 5 of this story, in which John Steed gets back into the attack, and Emma Peel is completely confused by the activities that lead up to the super-secret cipher snatch. Mother had been alerted by John Steed that there would be more trouble down at the cipher headquarters. He'd got hold of Ferret from MI-12 and sent him down there at top speed. Ferret had arrived to find the whole place as silent as a grave, as though time was standing still. Then he'd been viciously attacked and suffocated. Mother waited impatiently for news, and John Steed, in his wrecked car, just hoped he'd got the call through in time. Forlorn hope, Steed.
Let's just try once again.
Steed lifted the car telephone.
Operator, try that Lessington Cipher HQ for me again, please. There must be. There are hundreds of people working in that building.
We've been trying to raise them. Faults are examining.
The security line?
010 is still out of order.
I see. Thank you. Something wrong. Something very wrong. And how the devil do I get out of this?
Steed looked down at the wreck of his car. He moved round to where the steel ladder stuck through the windscreen.
Well, we can get rid of all this to start with.
Steed cleared the windscreen of the rest of the glass and threw the steel ladder into the nearest ditch.
Now, let's see if we can get going. Right. Time 4 o'clock. Just got an hour. Here goes.
Outside the entrance to the cipher headquarters, the guard yawned behind his hands and surreptitiously glanced at his watch. It was almost 5 o'clock, but inside the building the place was still alive with activity.
How's it going, Mrs. Peel?
Oh, fine. Just fine, thank you, Mr. Murray. Nothing to it.
Got a light? I really must try to remember where I put my lighter.
You're always borrowing matches from me. Why only...
What is it? What's the matter?
Oh, nothing. Just something teasing the back of my memory. It's strange. I've got 100% recall, part of my training. I never...
Your training? You mean as a shorthand typist or a confidential secretary?
I mean as a... Oh, never mind.
Mrs. Peel, have you found that Q file yet?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Webster. Yes, I have it here. I must just have forgotten to bring it in through to you.
Perhaps... what's the time? It's almost 5.
So it is. How the afternoon's flown.
Well, there's no time to deal with it now. Let's put it back in security and let me have it first thing in the morning.
Yes, Mr. Webster. I'll do just that.
Mrs. Peel looked at Murray, who opened the cabinet for her, and then she turned to her desk. Suddenly she stopped and looked down at the carpet, at the spot where Ferret's body had fallen. Again, a worried frown wrinkled her forehead.
Total recall. Can't be. I can't forget things. I can't. It's impossible.
When Mrs. Peel left the building that afternoon, she found John Steed parked in his car under the trees across the road. She walked briskly over to him and immediately noticed the windscreen.
Instant air conditioning? You all right, Steed?
Just about.
How did it happen?
With the compliments of classy glass, the people who really care about windows. Steel ladders can make very effective long-range weapons.
I see. So they are involved.
Very much so. I rather expected you to tell me. Weren't they here this afternoon?
Classy glass cleaners? No, why should they be?
That's funny. I couldn't have got it wrong. What time did Ferret leave?
Ferret?
Well, he's been here most of the afternoon. After my accident, I phoned Mother and told him to send Ferret down here at once. I mean, knowing Mother, it would be done, and knowing Ferret, he would have obeyed Mother.
Well, he hasn't been near us. It's been a perfectly ordinary, perfectly boring day. If Mr. Ferret's been in the building, I would have seen him, I'm sure of that.
You're certain?
Well, if you don't believe me, phone him and check.
I have. He isn't back yet. No Ferret, no window cleaners.
None whatsoever. Anyway, they'd hardly clean windows when it's raining most of the day.
Raining? It hasn't rained where I've been. Look, my umbrella's still folded, not used, and...
Steed reached up and hooked the handle of his umbrella round the branch of a tree. He pulled it to and fro energetically.
No raindrops on these trees. Dry as a bone. No rain.
But that's ridiculous. Well, I'm sure it was raining earlier. It did, Steed.
And if it didn't? Well, come on, I'll buy you dinner, and then later we'll go to work.
Where?
3 guesses.
3? Classy 1, glass 2, cleaning 3.
Got it in 1. Come on.
The fenced yard at the back of Classy Glass Cleaning housed about half a dozen vehicles. When Steed and Mrs. Peel arrived at the yard, it was quite dark. Steed slipped his umbrella over the fence, catching the latch and pulling it to release the lock.
There's plenty of trucks.
I suppose it could be a perfectly harmless company.
Not on your life. I wondered. The steel ladder soon convinced me I was wrong. A very lethal line in ladders. Now, you take that side, Mrs. Peel, and I'll take this.
Steed? Steed!
What is it? Found something?
In this van, look. Open the door a bit further. Look, there on the floor.
It was the body of Ferret, the cleaning leather still stretched across his face. Steed removed it gently.
One of the tricks of the trade, eh?
I told you he wasn't at Cypher HQ.
That's what they said about Jarrett, wasn't it? Shh, someone's coming. Down.
Time to take him home, I reckon.
Anything special?
Well, pop him in a bar, I reckon. Could look like an accident.
Right. How about tomorrow? Still on?
Of course it is. Tomorrow's yesterday again, if you get my meaning. Open the gate.
Steed and Mrs. Peel crouched back in the shadows as Maskin backed the truck with Ferret's body in it out of the yard.
What does it mean? Steed, I swear they couldn't have been at the HQ. I was watching those files all day and nothing happened.
Except that it rained.
Yeah. And I forgot the Q file.
What's that?
Oh, nothing. But I've got the strangest feeling as though today didn't happen at all.
Well, then tomorrow we'll make certain. Every 30 minutes you phone me, no matter what.
And if I stop phoning you?
I'll be there post haste. And I'll make sure I don't walk under any ladders.
Next morning, Mrs. Peel reported for duty at the Cypher HQ.
Good morning, Mr. Webster. Do you want the Q file?
Ah, yes. Must get on with it today. Oh, but first, may I have your attention, please, everyone in this department? May I have your attention, please? I think I should tell you all now that the output from the cipher and decoding departments has deteriorated remarkably over the last week. While I realize that the work is demanding and accuracy is vital, there is no excuse for the lack of effort. I trust you will all do what you can to rectify this situation without delay. That's all.
I don't know why he's so upset. Everyone's working the same as always.
Mr. Murray, did it rain yesterday?
Yes, of course it did.
And the day before?
Miserable. What's that got to do with it?
Just a thought. Hello, Steve.
New guest. How's the weather, Mrs. Peel?
Changeable.
Splendid. Keep in touch.
By the way, it might be worth having another look at those photographs.
Any particular reason?
According to Webster, nothing gets done here anymore.
Well, in that case, Mrs. Peel, we mustn't waste time in idle chatter. Back to the wheel, eh? Just keep in touch. Bye.
Mrs. Peel did. At 10 o'clock, she phoned Steve.
10 o'clock, all's well.
Any faces at the window?
Not at the moment.
Personal calls are not encouraged, Mrs. Peel. Do you mind?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Webster. Face at the office door. Bye, Steve.
There were no ladders placed against the wall of the building that morning, but out along a country highway, the van of classy glass cleaners stopped, and Vickers and Maskin took down a steel ladder and propped it up against a telephone pole. A few other men watched as Vickers climbed the ladder and made some adjustments to the wiring. Then he yelled down.
Okay, the line's blocked.
Good. Harper and Young, cover the road. Davis and Waller, in the trees at the back there.
Same as before, sir. Scare them off.
Yeah, unless John Steed shows his face.
Then what?
Put a bullet in it, that's what.
Avengers. Listen every evening, Monday to Friday, to John Steed and Emma Peel, The Avengers, brought to you by the makers of Cold Water Omo.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler? I'm the Whistler.
There's something wrong. Terribly wrong. I'm going to wait a few more days, and when I'm sure, I'm going to take care of you, Joe. I'm going to kill you.
Sunday night, and again CBS presents The Whistler. I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so tonight I tell you the bewildering story of Mirage. Fred Adams is an attorney, a promising young attorney. Fred is a specialist, for his practice has been limited to nightclubs and bars. In other words, Fred is what is called a mouthpiece. He steps gaily down the street tonight, unaware of the two men leaning against the black sedan, parked in the shadows between the lampposts.
Hi, Fred. What's your hurry?
Oh, hello, Joe. What are you and Mike doing in this end of town?
We're waiting for you, Fred. Thought you might like to take a little ride.
Ride?
Boss wants to have a little talk with you, Fred.
Not tonight. I'm busy. Got an appointment.
The boss would like to talk with you. Get in.
I tell you, I'm busy. I'll drop around tomorrow.
What are you so busy about, Fred?
How would you like a poke in the nose?
Get in the car, Fred.
Let go of me, you
We ain't
hoodlums.
kidding. Come on, get in.
What did you two guys do without a gun?
Get in.
Okay.
15 minutes later, Fred makes his way through the crowded tables of the swank Tripoli Cafe toward a door marked Manager. He hesitates a moment, glances at the two men beside him, and knocks. Across the room, a beautiful woman sits behind the desk, toying with a long cigarette holder.
Come in, Freddie. Come in.
Well, we got him, boss. And where do you think he was? Over on Park Avenue.
Well, how fancy. Wait outside, Joe. I want to talk to Freddie alone.
Yeah.
Sit down, Fred.
Well, what's wrong? You in trouble again, Gloria?
Would it matter to you if I were in trouble?
Of course it would.
Where have you been the past week?
Has it been a week since I saw you last?
You know it has. And a week's too long to suit me, Freddie.
Well, you know my phone number. If anything had happened, you could have found me.
Doesn't make me very happy to think I have to go out looking for you. Kind of lets me down.
Well, for the love of Pete, what's happened?
Nothing's happened here at the cafe.
What then?
You, Fred. It's what you've done.
I haven't done anything.
Why do you think I paid your way through law school?
Well, because you wanted to. Because you needed a lawyer around.
That all?
I don't know.
I thought we were together in this thing for keeps.
We are. I'm still your attorney. What else do you expect of me?
You have the nerve to sit there and say that? You know how I feel about you. You've always known.
We've always been pals. Good friends.
Pals. Friends. Oh, Freddie.
Look, what are you trying to say?
I knew for the past 3 weeks that you had changed. Couldn't figure it out. But I found out this afternoon. Here it is in the paper. District Attorney's daughter to wed young lawyer.
Well, what about it?
Are you really in love with her, Fred?
Certainly. Why shouldn't I be?
I don't think you are. I knew you were campaigning for the DA in this last election. I know you're ambitious. I think you've got your eyes on a job in the DA's office, more than you have on the girl.
I tell you, I love Brenda Gibson. You can think whatever you like.
Is she pretty?
Very pretty. And young.
I don't like the way you say that, Fred. I'm not so old.
Oh, I didn't mean it that way. You're a very beautiful woman, Gloria.
Am I?
Well, I don't know what it is. You've done everything in the world for me. No one could ask for more. I've always cared more for you than any woman I've ever known. Until now. But there's something about Brenda that's, well, she's so different.
Go on.
I hate to say this to you, but I've got to make you understand. Brenda's intelligent. She comes from a fine family. She has culture.
And I came up from the chorus.
Oh, Gloria, I didn't expect you to take it this way.
How did you expect me to take it?
I didn't think you were really in love with me. It never occurred to me that you had any ideas about getting married.
What do you think I am, a totem pole?
I looked upon our association more as a business arrangement. You financed me through school, and when I got up in the money, I'd pay you back.
Oh, Fred. Freddie, don't say any more.
I know I've been blunt, but how else can I tell you? What else can I say?
There's nothing you can say. But I'll tell you something. You're getting out of your element. You don't belong there. You belong here with me. And if you marry her, you'll live to regret the day you met her.
Now, look, don't be like that. Don't be a hard loser.
You'd be better off dead.
You don't mean that, Gloria.
No. No, Fred, I didn't mean that. But, darling, please go before I say any more. I know I have a chance, but please go.
I'm sorry, Gloria. Terribly sorry.
Goodbye, Fred.
Well, I'll be seeing you. Goodbye, Gloria. Now, a week later, the papers are filled with stories and pictures of Fred and Brenda, and the district attorney, and parties, dinners, and teas. Read them, Gloria. Pore over them. Mr. and Mrs. Frederick Adams this, and Mr. and Mrs. Frederick Adams that. Read them, Gloria. Read them and weep. But on a train to Miami,
Fred, darling, after we spend a few days in Miami, we can fly over to Nassau. Father has a place there, and I know some wonderful people. We can have a great time. Fred.
Oh, what did you say?
Snap out of it, darling. We're on our honeymoon.
Yes, Brenda. I'm sorry. I know we're going to have a swell time.
My sister Nella's spending the summer at Nassau.
Why didn't Nella come home for the wedding? She was supposed to be a bridesmaid.
I told you, dear. You can't always get transportation just when you want it these days.
But after all, Nella's your only sister. She could have made an extra effort.
What are you thinking about?
Oh, business.
Business? What business?
I was thinking about my new job. How did your father happen to make a place for me in the DA's office?
Oh, I suppose he's a capable young attorney.
Did you ask him to appoint me?
Well, I may have had something to do with it. Fred, I wanted you to start out right. You don't mind, do you?
Certainly not. It was swell of you. I only hope I can make good.
You will. And who knows, maybe you'll be the district attorney yourself someday.
I hope so. At least I'll break my neck trying.
Well, let's forget about everything for the next 2 weeks but us.
I love you very much, Brenda.
Oh, darling, I'll spend all my waking moments trying to make you happy.
Thanks, darling.
You'll never regret the day you met me.
What did you say?
I said you'd never regret the day you met me.
Well, I should say I won't. Not a chance in a million. Now the happy honeymoon is over, and Fred and Brenda are back home. And Fred is in the district attorney's office and progressing nicely. But Gloria, poor Gloria, still sits in her office at the Tripoli and broods over her fate. She scans every item in the society columns, searching for news about Fred and Brenda. And every item, every picture nurtures her resentment. And her resentment slowly turns to hate. And finally, something snaps in her mind. And she begins to harbor thoughts of revenge. Revenge.
Joe! Joe!
Yeah. What are you yelling about, Gloria?
I wasn't yelling. Close the door.
Sounded like yelling to me.
I said I wasn't yelling.
Okay, so I apologize.
Sit down.
Oh, look, Gloria, what's eating you? Why don't you get out of this office? Go out and visit with the customers the way you used to.
Yeah, why should I?
Well, they all miss you, honey. They're all asking, where's Gloria? Where's Gloria? I've run out of excuses.
But I didn't call you in here to talk about the business.
Well, maybe not, but I thought it was time I said something.
Where's the evening paper?
I didn't get it.
Why not?
Oh, look, Gloria, come on. Snap out of it. Why don't you quit hunting for news about Fred? You're only driving yourself nutty. He was a nice guy, but he's gone. He's married, so forget him.
Can't.
Well, you could try.
Not so easy as that.
After all, he ain't the only man around. There's one or two others, you know.
Yeah, who?
Well, there's one guy in particular who might get your mind off Fred if you just give him a chance.
Who do you mean?
Well, I know I ain't as good looking as Fred, and I ain't got his fancy manners. But, well, I like you just as much as he did, and probably a lot more.
Sorry, Joe.
Well, at least I wouldn't walk out on you for another dame.
Yeah, and if you did, I wouldn't blame you.
No?
No. I blame the other woman. She had no right to take him away from me. He belonged to me.
Ah, Gloria, please, forget it.
I won't. I can't. I made up my mind.
Huh? What are you thinking?
Where's your car?
Outside?
Where's your gun?
In my pocket?
Some people are giving a party at their country place tonight for Fred and his wife.
But, Gloria.
But Fred was called out of town on business. They're giving the party anyway, and she'll be there. Brenda'll be there.
So what?
You'll wait for her and follow her when she leaves.
Wait a minute. Nothing doing. I ain't bumping off no dame.
Sit down and shut up.
You're crazy. You're gone absolutely nutty. I'm getting out of here.
You're driving me to that house.
I won't.
No? I wonder if the police would be interested in knowing who killed Lefty Hammond.
Gloria, you wouldn't.
Oh, wouldn't I?
Okay. Okay, you win.
All right. Go get in your car. I'll go out the back way and meet you in the alley.
Gloria and Joe sit in the car in the deep shadows of a spreading tree. The hours drag on, and then, about 1:30 in the morning, the party breaks up and the cars begin to leave. Finally, Brenda comes through the gate driving her own coupe.
There she is. That's Brenda. Get going, Joe.
Is she alone?
Yeah, she's alone.
I sure wish you'd change your mind.
Don't get too close to her.
I ain't got nothing against her or Fred either. What good is this going to do you?
You wouldn't understand.
I think you're gone off your beam. Maybe you're cracked.
Shut up. I'm not crazy, if that's what you mean.
That's what I mean.
Drop back a little.
They say crazy people never think they're batty. Look, you might feel different about this in the morning. Maybe you ought to see a doctor. Ooh. Hey, cut it out. Where do you get off slapping people?
Move along. You're losing her.
Lay off of that rough stuff, or I might decide to change my mind about the whole thing.
You won't change your mind.
It'd be funny if something happened to you.
If anything happens to me, there's a letter in my safe that tells all about you. So you better see that I get back to the Tripoli.
Okay, I was only kidding.
We're coming to that long stretch. No cars behind us and none coming. Step on it now. Run her off the road. Now, run her off in the ditch.
Then what's the idea? Are you trying to wreck me?
Get out of the car.
What is it? Hold up?
Get out and shut up.
I haven't anything. Just a couple of rings.
Take her rings, Joe.
Well, this was a new one, a woman bandit.
Any money in your purse?
A few dollars.
Take the money and scatter the rest of the things around.
Yeah.
Now ruffle her hair up, Joe. Go on, muss her up.
You take your hands off me.
Gloria, have a heart.
Okay, I'll muss her up. But they're good.
Who are you? What's the meaning of this? You got what you want. Now, why don't you let me alone?
I'll let you alone, Mrs. Adams.
Who are you?
Start walking.
What?
Start walking all through those trees.
I won't. Oh, stop it.
Get moving.
Yes, it's all right. What are you going to do?
See to it that you don't do any more chiseling in, Mrs. Fred Adams.
I don't know what you're talking
Walk.
about.
Let her have it, Joe. Well, what are you stalling for? Mister, give me that gun. Well, that's the last of Mrs. Adams.
She's dead.
Here's your gun. Let's get out of here. Well, what's the matter? What are you waiting for?
Oh, I'm kind of dizzy. I'm kind of sick. I can't drive, Gloria. You better drive.
Huh. I thought you were experienced at this business.
If I didn't see you do it, nobody in the world could have made me believe it. Nobody.
Anything about it in this morning's paper, Joe?
No, not a thing. And it was the night before last, too. I can't understand it.
Are you sure she was dead?
Of course I'm sure. See, what do you suppose happened? She couldn't have walked away. Hey, maybe they haven't found her in the car yet, huh?
That isn't possible. That's a main highway. Hundreds of cars pass there in the course of a few hours.
Yeah, but maybe they just seen the car and thought it was a wreck, maybe. Yeah, maybe that's what it is.
Hey, better lay off that stuff, Joe. You've been drinking for 2 days now.
Yeah, but I need it. I'm jittery. I got the willies like I never had before. Hey, maybe I ought to drive out to the place and see if the car's gone.
Okay,
huh?
okay. Get back as soon as you can.
Yeah. I can't get it off my mind. I don't mind telling you, I'm scared.
Go on and quit talking so much.
Hey, Gloria, I went out there.
Yeah, I know. What'd you see?
Nothing. The car was gone. I looked all around the spot, and there wasn't a sign of anything. No trinkets, no blood marks, no nothing.
Then they must have found her.
Yeah, but why don't they say something about it in the papers? If they just say something, I could stand it. It's driving me nuts.
Are you going to lay off that stuff?
No, I ain't. I need it.
I don't need it.
Yeah? Well, I don't know what you're made of. But whatever it is, it's sure tough. I never knew a woman could be as tough. I'll never forget about this as long as I live.
You're a jellyfish.
I can understand one guy rubbing out another guy for doing something against the gang, but I never thought I'd see a woman do a thing like that and for no good reason.
There was a reason, and shut up.
I couldn't have done a thing like it. You could have turned me in first. There she was, lying there all covered with blood. This stuff doesn't seem to have any effect on me. It's just like water.
Get hold of yourself.
That poor kid. I never felt so lousy in all my life.
Did you get the late papers?
Huh? Yeah, here. Well, anything in it?
No, nothing. Not a word.
Maybe we didn't do it, Gloria. Maybe it was just a nightmare.
No, we did it all right and proper.
If I don't hear something soon, I'll go crazy.
Hey, wait.
What is it? Did they find her?
No. Well, what do you know about that?
Well, what is it?
Look at this picture.
Holy smoke, it's her. It's her. Her and Fred.
Mr. and Mrs. Fred Adams attend the races.
When?
Yesterday. It isn't possible.
Well, it's her. I know it's her, but how could she? How could she? She's dead. Hey.
What's the matter?
Maybe it's her.
A ghost? Don't be silly.
I'm getting out of here. I'm leaving town.
Look, here in the other papers. Day before yesterday. Fred Adams and wife attend tennis match.
And another picture.
What can this mean? Why do they say something about it?
Yeah, you see, it's getting you down, too. Oh, please, Gloria, let's pull out.
It's uncanny. I can't believe it.
It's in the papers. You gotta believe it.
Did you double-cross me, Joe?
What do you mean?
Did you have blanks in that gun?
Blanks? I'd certainly hate to get hit with what I had in that gun. She's dead, I tell you.
He'd better be.
What'll we do?
We'll wait. That's all. Just wait.
Okay. But I don't think I can stand it. I'm going to pieces.
But they did wait. They waited for 2 more days. And Joe, fortified with his bottle, was able to hang on. Then Gloria began to crack under the strain of waiting.
Joe, I can't stand it any longer. I've got to do it.
Do what?
I'm going to call Fred's apartment and see if she's there.
Huh? I wouldn't.
Hello? Is this the Adams apartment? Is Mrs. Adams there? Why, an old friend from out of town. Thank you. She's there.
Holy gee.
She answered. I heard her. You lied to me, Joe.
I didn't lie. I had bullets in that gun. I saw her. She was dead.
There's something wrong. Terribly wrong. I'm going to wait a few more days. I'll check again. And when I'm sure, I'm going to take care of you, Joe.
What do you mean?
I'm going to kill you.
That's crazy.
I don't think it would be safe to have you walking around and talking.
But Gloria, listen to me.
Come on, we're going to my apartment and wait. Story's bound to bake sooner or later.
But I'd rather get out of town.
You're coming with me to my apartment. Get moving.
Then 3 more days of sleepless waiting. The tenseness grows and grows. The suspense is almost stifling. Poor Joe can neither sleep nor eat, and Gloria becomes pale and drawn. Then Joe finally emerges and goes on a little scouting tour about town to see what he can learn. Then on the next night, a knock at Gloria's apartment door.
Who is it?
It's me, Fred.
Fred. Wait a minute.
Hello, Gloria.
What do you want, Fred?
May I come in? I'd like to talk to you.
Of course. Come in.
I know it's rather late, but I had to talk to you.
What about? I never expected to see you around here again.
Well, I was a bit lonely. Had to talk to someone.
Lonely. Well, sit down, Fred.
Thanks. You look kind of tired, Gloria. What's wrong?
Well, since you mentioned it, you look a bit weary yourself. What's wrong with you?
Oh, nothing much. I sent you a check clearing up what I owed you. Did you get it?
Yeah. There is something wrong, Fred. What is it?
Oh, just a little trouble, that's all.
What sort of trouble?
Domestic.
Domestic trouble? Why, what do you mean? That isn't...
Isn't possible? Is that what you were going to say?
Why, yes, I thought you were quite happy with your wife.
Well, things can develop suddenly. I certainly found that out.
Well, what happened? Or do you want to tell me?
Yes. Yes, as a matter of fact, I do. I guess that's why I came here. You were always so darned understanding. You always knew the answers to things.
But what happened?
Well, I guess I really didn't belong in the upper crust. You had it figured out about right. Everything was all right until Brenda started to shape my career.
Shape your career?
Oh, yeah, she had everything all planned for me. She and her father had it all figured out. I wanted to go into the DA's office and move up on my own initiative. But they didn't want it that way. They wanted me to start out as a big shot.
Did she leave you?
Well, yes. We agreed to disagree.
Well, where is she now?
At her father's place, I suppose.
When did she leave?
Yesterday.
Yes. Are you sure it was yesterday?
Of course. Why do you ask that?
Well, no reason, I suppose. I just can't believe it. It seems a shame. I'm very sorry for you, Fred. Believe me, I know how you feel. I was let down with a dull thud once.
Were you?
You should know.
Gloria, I was such a fool. You were so right. I should have listened to you. You could see what was coming, and I was too dumb to realize it. Have you forgiven me?
Oh, yes. Yes, Fred. I'd have to forgive you. I love you so much. I've never been able to forget you for a single moment.
I'm sorry, Gloria. Terribly sorry.
Fred, I've got a strange feeling. I don't know what it is, but I've a feeling you're not telling me the truth.
What? You mean you don't believe me?
There's something you haven't told me. What is it?
Why, nothing. I've told you everything.
I don't believe you, Fred.
Very well, Gloria. I'm in a tough spot. Brenda hasn't gone away. She's dead.
Dead? What on earth do you mean?
Yes, she was found dead beside her car a number of days ago. The day after we had a nasty argument, but I didn't do it. There have been many threats against the district attorney and members of his family. It may have been any one of a number of persons.
But nothing's been said about it in the papers.
Yes, I know that. They've purposely kept it quiet, hoping the real killer will show his hand.
That's silly. Why should he?
I don't know. Oh, darling, it's all such a mess. I'm completely worn out. I know they suspect me, and, I don't know what to do about it.
Gloria, I seen her.
Who?
She was standing under the lamppost at the corner. She spoke to me. She said, "Hello, Joe. How's Gloria?"
Shut up, you're drunk.
No. It was her. It was Brenda. I ran for the elevator, and as the doors were closing, she was coming in the lobby. She was terrible, all pale and awful looking.
Simpleton, you got the snakes.
No, it was her, and she's coming up here. It's her. I don't want to see her. I can't look at her. I can't stand it.
Joe, turn on those lights.
I won't.
Turn on those lights.
Never mind the lights. I can see you. All three of you.
Brenda. What do you want?
So you're Gloria. Yes, I met you for the first time not many nights ago. On a deserted highway.
Joe, it is her.
Come out of the corner, Joe. I can see you. Joe, the man who pulled the trigger.
No, I didn't.
What do you want?
So, Fred, you were in on this, too. You wanted me out of the way because of Gloria. You were back of the whole thing.
No, Brenda, no. I had nothing to do with it.
You decided you'd made a mistake? That you wanted Gloria.
I didn't. I swear I didn't.
Tell him, Joe. Tell him how you shot me down. You had the gun. Tell him
No, keep away from me. Keep away. Don't. I'll tell. I didn't do it. She did it. Gloria did it. I couldn't. I didn't have the nerve.
He's lying. I didn't do it.
Go ahead, Joe. Spill it.
I ain't going to take the rap for this. Gloria went off her beam when you married Brenda. She went crazy with jealousy. She knew about that party, and she made me drive her out there. We followed Brenda and ran her off the road. She tried to make me kill her, but I couldn't. I fired wild, and Gloria grabbed the gun from me and let her have it.
He's lying.
How could she make you?
She threatened me. She's got something
Shut
on
up,
me.
shut up!
I don't care. She can tell what she knows, but I can prove she killed Brenda. I wore gloves, and Gloria didn't. I still have the gun, and the only fingerprints on it are Gloria's.
You did
I
it!
figured she might try to double-cross me.
What about it, Gloria?
All right. I did it. I shot her. I couldn't stand it any longer.
Turn on the lights, Joe.
Hey, she ain't dead. It's her. Brenda ain't dead.
Oh, good Lord.
Oh, yes. Brenda's dead, all right. Quite dead.
And what is she?
You'll find out, Gloria. What a strange quirk of fate. It was your money that caused all this. It was you who put me through law school so that I could defend you. And now I'll be forced to be your prosecutor. I'm sorry, Gloria. Terribly sorry.
Well, Gloria, you've come to the end of your rope. Things didn't work out as you'd planned. You really killed Brenda that night, but Fred got a brilliant idea. He had Nella, Brenda's twin sister, come up from Nassau and pose as his wife. That's how all the pictures appeared in the papers. And it was Nella who just walked in on you and got a confession. And how did Fred know you were the one? There were several suspects. But you, Gloria, made the mistake of phoning for Brenda too many times, and the police traced your calls. Too bad, Gloria. Jealousy is a terrible thing.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production is composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Thrilling Adventures of the Shadow are on the air, brought to you each week at this time by your neighborhood blue coal dealer. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. This country's war supplies cannot wait. Everything else must be sidetracked. For this reason, it's wise to lay in a full supply of coal right now. Call your neighborhood blue coal dealer and tell him you want your bin filled clear to the top. Better be safe than sorry. Today, coal transportation facilities are adequate to take care of all requirements. But who knows what sudden change tomorrow might bring? Your reliable blue coal dealer is ready to serve you quickly, serve you with all you want of this tested, superior home fuel. So please order without delay. Be prepared. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret. The secret of hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so that they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, Death Imported. The time, 11:30 at night. The place, the warden's office of the State Hospital for the Criminally Insane.
Come in.
Warden 7809 wants to talk to you.
I'll bring him in.
Yes, sir. Go in, Piran.
Thank you.
What is it, Piran?
I want to talk to you alone, Warden.
All right. Leave us alone, guard.
Yes, sir.
Now, what do you want, Piran?
I want to get out of here.
Guards told me you were having one of your spells. Now, you know that's impossible.
Maybe it is, and maybe it isn't.
Where did you get that knife?
Never mind where I got it. I got it, and I know how to use it.
Now, listen to me, Piran.
Don't reach for that alarm if you want to live.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to get out of this place, and you're going to help me.
I'm going to give you no help, Piran.
Yes, you are, Warden, or you die. There's a supply truck coming into the grounds in exactly 7 minutes. I'm leaving on that truck, and you're helping me.
You'll have to kill me before I give you any help.
You'll feel the cold blade of my knife on your throat, Warden. It would be so easy.
You'll never get away with this, Piran.
Oh, yes, Warden. When a man has something to do, he does it. And I have several bits of unfinished business. Come on. Let's go.
Extra paper, read all about it. Daring escape from state prison, warden murdered. Extra paper, warden murdered.
Now look, Cranston, Miss Lane, it's getting late. Why don't you two go on home? I've got my reports to check. I tell you, Judge Emery is perfectly safe.
Perhaps he is perfectly safe, Commissioner. But with George Perrin still loose and the police unable to find him...
I tell you, you're making a mountain out of a...
Molehill.
Thanks, out of a molehill.
Well, Perrin escaped 3 weeks ago, and there's been no trace of him.
Just call Judge Emery, Commissioner, and if he's all right, we won't bother you anymore.
Cranston, Judge Emery asked us to keep his whereabouts secret.
Then he is worried.
Well, of course he is, with that nut running around loose saying that he's going to murder him.
Hardly a molehill, Commissioner.
Listen, Cranston, this is not a problem for amateur sleuths.
Okay, Margot, let's go. You better double lock your door tonight, Commissioner.
Yeah, thanks, I will. I don't get it.
So long.
Goodbye, Commissioner.
Wait a minute, come back here.
Yes, Commissioner?
What did you mean by that double lock your door crack?
Well, after all, you were the man who finally caught Perrin, and he said he was going to get all the people responsible for his being sent to prison.
And if I remember correctly, you were to be victim number 2 on his murder parade.
He did? I mean, I am? Yeah. Well, maybe I had better phone Judge Emery just to
see if he's all right.
Yeah. Hello? Hello?
Number, please.
Get me... it's that cold of mine. I mean, get me Valley 7904.
Valley 7904.
Yeah, that's right.
One moment, please.
Of course, this is all very silly, calling him up like this. Piranha's just a bluffer. He can't get away with a thing like this.
Here's your party.
Yes, thanks. Hello?
Judge Emery's residence?
Yes. This is Commissioner Weston calling. I want to speak to the judge, please.
I'm sorry, but Judge Emery is indisposed. He can't come to the phone.
Oh. Well, tell him that I called. It's nothing important.
I'll do that, sir.
Everything's all right out there.
Oh, yes. Perfect.
Uh-huh. Who's this speaking? The butler?
No, Commissioner Weston. This is George Perrin.
Can't he get more speed out of this car?
We're doing 65 now, Cranston.
How far does Judge Emery live from here?
About 10 more miles. He's at his country home.
And we've got to make that 10 miles in a hurry, Commissioner, or Judge Emery hasn't got a chance.
Okay. Cardona, give us all she's got.
Right, Commissioner.
Oh, now to get rid of these bundles. Oh, Father! Father, I'm home. Where are you? funny. The lights are all on. He said he'd wait up for me. Oh, Dad, are you upstairs? Perhaps he's gone to bed. Dad, I was just... Strange, he's not in his room. Dad! Dad! Oh, don't frighten me. Tell me where you are. Guess I'd better look on the 3rd floor, but there's no reason for him to be on the... What's that? Dad, are you playing games with me? Oh, you're in that room, aren't you? Now, Dad, wasn't it rather... Oh, no.
Come. I take you to your father.
Take me to... What have you done with him?
You'll see.
Stay away from me. Don't come any closer.
Master say bring Judge's daughter too, he
Stay away from me. Stay away!
I gotcha!
Judge Emery's estate much farther, Commissioner?
About another mile or so. Turn left, Cardona, when you come to the old mill.
Right, Commissioner.
Well, Lamont, what do you think Perrin is likely to do to Judge Emery?
Better not think about that, Margot.
What I'm worried about is the judge's daughter, Jane. She's living there at the Emery estate, too.
Yes, Perrin is not the kind of man to spare even...
Look.
Huh?
What's that?
What is it, Margot?
Well, I thought I saw something running through the trees there.
Stop the car, Cardona.
Yes.
Now, where did you see it?
Back there. Just a flash of white for a minute.
Well, I don't see anything.
Well, I'm sure I saw something.
It may have been some animal, Margot. It's pretty wild around here.
There, do you hear that?
That was no animal. That was a woman's scream.
Come on, Cardona, let's go.
I'm coming too, Commissioner.
Well, I'm not staying here in the car alone.
Okay, come along. Stay close behind us. Remember, this isn't going to be a picnic, Margot. Perrin is a very dangerous killer.
I'm certain this is where I saw something, Lamont.
Well, there's nothing here now.
Oh, by the way, Commissioner, how big a man would you say Perrin was?
Oh, I don't know. 5'6" or 7. Not very big.
Then he could hardly have made this footprint here in the soft earth.
What footprint? Holy... What a foot.
Why, it must be a size 17 or 18.
This footprint was made by a giant. Oh, wait a minute. Here's something else.
It's a woman's locket.
Looks like some kind of inscription on it. Can you read it, Cranston?
Yeah, hold your flashlight up here.
There.
There. It says, to Jane from Dad on her 18th birthday.
Commissioner, you said Judge Emery had a daughter named Jane.
Uh-huh.
Well, do you suppose it was she who screamed?
What do you make of it, Cranston?
I don't know, Commissioner. But I don't think we're going to find anything out here in the darkness. Let's get to Judge Emery's home and see exactly what's happened.
Commissioner, Judge Emery's house is just around the next bend in the road. Every light in the house is on.
All right, let's go.
Something tells me, Commissioner, that we may have gotten here just a little too late.
Yeah, this is Judge Emery's home, all right.
Didn't you say that all the lights were on, Cardona?
They were, Mr. Cranston, just a few minutes ago.
That's strange.
Well, let's go on in. Now, Cardona, you go round to the back of the house. We'll go in the front.
Right, Commissioner.
Now, don't take any chances, Cranston. Just... What's this?
It's the body of a huge watchdog.
Judge Emery's dog.
His head has been bashed in.
Oh, Lamont.
It's a nasty wound. Poor fellow. He probably died trying to protect his master.
Come on, Margot. Up the stairs.
Oh, you better knock.
The door's open, Commissioner.
Yeah, so it is.
Wait a minute. This may be a trap. Flash your light in there.
I don't see anything. Here's the light switch.
Nothing's wrong in here. Everything seems to be in place.
Yeah. Let's take a look around. I'll take the upstairs. You search it.
I'm going to call headquarters and get a few more men down here. If we're going to make a thorough search of the grounds, we'll need more than just we four.
Okay. Come on, Margot. We'll see what's upstairs.
All right, Lamont. I'm afraid I'm not going to like anything we find.
No, Miss Lane, I don't think you are going to like what we find. But I don't think you'll find it upstairs. I think whatever it is, it's right down here. Now, here's the phone. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Number, please.
What's the matter, operator? Did I disturb your nap?
Sorry, sir. What number do you want?
Get me police headquarters.
Police? Oh, yes, sir.
All right. Oh, did they ever let that guy Piran escape in the first place? Is that you, Cardona? I'm in this room here, telephoning. Come in, I want to talk to you.
I'm sorry they don't answer.
Hey, don't answer. They've got to answer. It's police headquarters.
I'll try them again, sir.
That will be awfully kind of you. Oh, Cardona, did you find anything around? Say, who are you?
I come to get you.
Now, wait a minute.
You better come. If you make noise, maybe I kill you right away.
If you kill me, you won't get very far before the police get you.
No, I got you.
No, you don't.
You want to fight with Brawler? You think you are strong like Brawler. Maybe I kill you now before I take you to Master. No. He's got better way for you to die.
In a moment, our play will continue. Here's news. Over 180,000 mystic shadow rings have been requested by our listeners, some of which are still being sent out. If you send for it right away, you can still get this unique ring which has made such a sensational hit. Of course, it's no wonder the mystic ring has made such a hit because it's so extraordinary, so exotic, such a rare kind of ring. The mystic shadow ring, you know, is no ordinary gold or silver ring. It's a white ring, and there's a peculiar and exotic magic in its whiteness. When you slip this ring on your finger, hold it near a light, and then go into a dark room. You discover to your amazement that your finger is encircled with a weird and ghostly ring of light. Yes, the mystic shadow ring is a light eater. It's hungry for light. It holds the light and glows in the dark like the unsleeping eyes of a jungle cat. Who knows what weird creatures of the night may be summoned by this ghostly torch? Send in today for your mystic shadow ring. Simply send 10 cents, 1 dime with your name and address to The Shadow, Madison Square Station, Post Office Box 5, New York City. Here's the address again. The Shadow, Madison Square Station, Post Office Box 5, New York City, New York. This offer is limited to the United States only. Send for your mystic shadow ring right away. Now, back to our story.
Cardona.
You want some more water, Lamont?
Yes. Here, Cardona, drink this. What happened to you?
I don't know. I was around in back of the house according to orders, and I thought I saw someone lurking in the bushes. That was the last thing I remember.
You're lucky you can remember anything, Lieutenant.
Yes, I get... Where's Commissioner Weston?
We don't know, Cardona. We came downstairs, the phone was off the hook.
And Commissioner Weston was gone.
Gone? I'm going up.
No. Stay right where you are, Cardona. You're still groggy from that blow on the head. I'm going after Commissioner Weston. Margot, you stay here with Cardona.
But Lamont...
Margot, there's only one place near here where Piran may be hiding. That's the old mill about a mile from here. I'm going there and take a look around.
Dad, I'm trying to get these ropes off my hands and my feet. Then I'll be able to help you.
It's useless to try, Jane. How would we get out of this old mill into the stream without Piran or that half-wit giant if he's seeing us?
Well, I'm going to try anyway. Oh, someone's coming, Dad.
Well, I see that you both regained consciousness. That's good. Piran, you've got to let us go. I don't have to do anything I don't want to do now, Judge Emery. For 3 long years, they made me do things I didn't want to, but now I give the orders.
Mr. Piran, why don't you be reasonable? When my father sent you to prison, it was his duty.
Yes, and I made a promise then to make him pay. I don't break my promises. That's my duty, Miss Emery.
What are you talking about?
Don't be impatient. You'll soon see. First, I open this trap door. My beauties are asleep down below there.
Oh.
An amazing thing about crocodiles, Judge Emery, they sleep most of the time.
Piran.
Except when they eat. Have you ever seen them eat, Miss Emery?
Oh.
And you're soon going to have the chance.
What are you going to do?
Need you ask? I'm going to feed my little pets, Miss Emery. They haven't eaten now for several days. Their former owner was the last one to feed them.
You mean Grogan, the man who lives here in this old mill?
Lived here, Judge Emery. I fed his body to his own crocodile several days ago.
You madman.
No need for melodrama, Miss Emery. You see, he had just what I needed, so I took it. Just what I needed to even accounts with you, Judge Emery.
Oh, no. You can't do this to my father, Perrin.
Oh, yes, Miss Emery. No. It's going to be a most interesting spectacle, I assure you.
Spectacle?
Yes. First, I must wake up my sleeping beauties. This rock ought to do it. Wake up, my pretties!
Oh, no, Perrin.
Listen to them. They're hungry. Oh, it's going to be over much too fast, Miss Emery.
I don't care what you do with me, Perrin, but don't harm her.
Her time will come later.
Oh, Dad! Dad!
Come, Judge. You're going down into that pit.
No! No!
Please, Perrin! If you have an ounce of human decency left in you, can't do this!
Can't I? Down he goes!
No! Dad!
See, Master, I do what you say. I bring him here.
Good work, Brolo. Put Commissioner Weston down.
Yes, Master.
You didn't kill him, did you, Brolo?
No, Master. He tried to fight, but he is not strong like Brolo.
Good, good. Yes, still unconscious, Commissioner Weston? Don't worry. You will know who to thank for your murder. Somebody knocking.
You want Brolo
No,
to...
wait. Carry Weston into that room there and lock him up. I'll handle our visitor myself.
But, Master...
Do as I say.
Yes, Master. I take him. I do what you say.
I'm coming. I'm coming. Yes?
I beg your pardon, Mr. Grogan.
Grogan? How did you know my name was Grogan?
I saw it on the letterbox outside. I was under the impression that this mill was deserted.
Well, now you know that it isn't. What do you want?
I was talking to Judge Emery about...
Judge Emery?
Well, yes. Do you know him? He has that big house about a mile or so from here. He was saying
When
that
did you see him?
See him? Why, Judge Emery's an old friend of mine. May I come in?
Huh? Oh, yes. Yes, come in.
Thank you.
You were saying something about talking to Judge Emery?
Yes. He told me that this old mill was deserted, and I was thinking of renting it and fixing it up for a summer home.
I see. When did you last see and speak with Judge Emery? I don't believe I caught your name.
Cranston. Lamont Cranston.
Cranston, eh? Name sounds very familiar to me.
Does it? But as I was saying, Judge Emery must have been mistaken about the availability of this place of yours.
Yes.
Well, I think I'll run right over and tell him so.
Wouldn't you think it strange, Mr. Cranston, if someone came to your door at 2 o'clock in the morning and asked you whether you wanted to rent your home?
Good heavens, is it that late?
Yes.
Well, I guess I'd better be running along, and I'm so sorry to have disturbed you.
Don't mention it, Mr. Cranston. Perhaps we shall meet again.
Perhaps. Good night, Mr. Grogan.
Perhaps we shall meet again. Sooner than you think. Rolo.
Yes, Master.
There was a man just here. He can't have gotten very far. Go out and get him.
Yes, Master. I go.
Yes. We shall meet again, Mr. Cranston. And my little pets will have another meal very soon.
Dad. Oh, Dad.
Jane Emery.
What? Who called my name?
The shadow, Miss Emery.
There's so little light in here, I can't see you.
The light wouldn't help you to see the shadow, Miss Emery. No one has ever seen me.
What do you want of me?
I want to help you escape from here.
Oh, no, Shadow. Let him kill me, too. There's nothing left for me now. Now that my father's dead, I just want to die now.
Baran killed him?
Yes, he threw him to those beasts to be eaten alive. He made me watch.
Beasts?
Crocodiles. They're in a pit under this room.
Yes. There seems to be a trap door here.
Oh, please. Please close it again. Close it. Close it.
How did Baran obtain these crocodiles?
The man who lived here in this old mill raised all types of tropical animals to sell to zoos.
I see. And Baran used them to accomplish his revenge on your father.
Yes, he did.
Well, the Shadow will see that he pays for his crimes.
Oh, please. Please don't do that to me.
Quiet, Miss Lane.
Jane Emery, I'll be back for you in a few minutes. Right now, there is someone who needs my help more urgently than you do.
What have you done with them? I know they're here.
Suppose I were to say that they were here, miss, what would you do?
I'd go to the police.
Yes, I see. But I'm afraid you won't be able to go to the police, miss, because you won't leave this place.
A giant.
Rollo, didn't you find him?
No. I no find him. He get away.
You fool. Now we'll have the police swarming over this place like ants. Come, miss. I have a little surprise for you.
Take your hands off me.
Oh, so you won't come, hmm? Rollo, carry her into the other room.
Yes, master.
No, stay away from me. No, stay away!
What? Fainted, miss? I'd expected to take a little more time with my revenge, but now they'll all have to die together. Jane Emery, Weston, and this girl.
No, Baran. I will stop you.
Who said that?
The Shadow, George Baran. Order your giant to put Miss Lane down.
I can't see you, but if you're so powerful, Shadow, you order him.
Rollo, put her down.
Huh. What? Where voice coming from?
Rollo, do as I say. You must obey me.
I'm your master, Brolo. I order you to take her into the room with the trap door. We'll feed our beauties well tonight.
Yes, master. I do what you say.
Rollo, listen to me. He is not your master. The things he has made you do are evil. He has made you do them.
Don't listen to him. I'm your master, Brolo. You must obey me. Here, throw her down here.
Stop, Rollo. Stop.
I must obey you, master. I must obey.
Yes. Yes. See who's strong in our shadow.
Rollo, you must not do this. I will protect you from him. He has twisted your mind. He makes you kill.
You've lost, Shadow. Into the pit with her, Brolo.
Rollo, no. Put her down. Safely.
Yeah. Yes. I put her down safe.
No.
Like voice say.
No, Brolo, I am your master. I order you to...
Ah. You make me kill.
No, Brolo.
You make me do bad things.
No, Brolo.
Now you go into pit.
No, Brolo, listen to me. Don't come any closer. Don't, I command you.
Stop, Rollo.
No, voice. He is bad. Now he is going to die.
Go right into the commissioner's office, Miss Lane and Mr. Cranston. The commissioner will be in a minute.
Thanks, Cardona.
Thanks. Now, what do you suppose Weston wants to see us about?
I haven't the faintest idea, Margot. The Baran case is all settled. Oh, incidentally, I talked to the DA the other day about Brolo. He's going to take my recommendation and place him in an institution.
Oh, good. He's just a poor, big,
hello,
misguided...
Miss Lane. Cranston, sit down, sit down.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Well, why did you send for us, Commissioner?
Yes, well, it's, well, I have my report to make out on the Baran case, and, well, I need your help.
What? You need my...
Help? Why, Commissioner, this is remarkable.
Remarkable? This is history-making.
Yes, well, you see, it's this way. When I got the crack over the head, I don't remember anything that happened till the next morning. Could have happened to anybody. Anybody.
And so, at last, Commissioner Weston comes to Lamont Cranston for help.
Yes, and I hate myself for doing it.
Immediately following John Barclay's message, we'll bring you a dramatic view of your part in the war effort. First, here's Blue Coal's distinguished home heating expert, Mr. Barclay.
Thank you. Friends, a gift you'll find most welcome this year is the practical kind. And I have a suggestion for you. This is for Dad or for Mother. I suggest that you get one of the new automatic Blue Coal heat regulators for your home. It's certainly a practical present, but it's even more than that. It's a present that will mean the whole family will enjoy more comfort and ease. Especially if you have children in the family, you need controlled temperature throughout the house. And that's just what the automatic Blue Coal heat regulator gives you. It automatically opens and closes the dampers on your furnace, so that when more heat is needed, you get more heat. No overheating, no underheating. Get in touch with your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer and ask him about the automatic heat regulator. It'll pay you to find out about it. You may have a free demonstration in your own home. Thank you.
The Shadow Story is copyrighted by Street and Smith. The characters' names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. In Hawaii and the Philippines, American soldiers are fighting and dying for you. How much are you doing for them? Give them a hand. Back them up. Do your bit. Buy United States Defense Savings Bonds and Stamps, and you can consider every dollar a bullet sent flying straight at the enemy. Go to your nearest bank or post office. Buy a bond.
I want a United States Defense Savings Bond, please. Here's the money.
Buy a bond, so that on the firing line, your soldiers can say this.
Is the ammunition running low?
No, sir. New supplies just arrived.
Atta boy, now we'll make them sorry they ever started this war.
Do your part. Every week, buy United States Defense Savings Bonds or Stamps. On sale at every bank or post office. Let's teach aggressor nations the truth of the warning.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly Blue Coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen, and be sure to phone your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer for greater heating comfort at less cost. Remember, keep the home fires burning with Blue Coal. This story produced by the DL&W Coal Company, distributors of Blue Coal.
Enjoying the timeless classics on Golden Age Radio? If you're loving the nostalgia and captivating stories, consider supporting our channel with a tip. Your generosity helps us continue bringing you the best of vintage radio entertainment. Simply click on the link in the description.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Marcia. I'm glad you called. Now, you'll have to count me out tonight, Angel. I'm going to be entertained by some comic. And when this boy makes with the gags, he really slays them. This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the practical choker. Before we join the Falcon for his latest adventure, I'd like to tell you about 9 of the handiest little menu helpers you ever had in your kitchen. They're the 9 famous Kraft cheese spreads, and they really are handy for making snacks and sandwiches, salad toppings, and appetizers. All of the Kraft cheese spreads, the mild-tasting ones and the sharp-tasting ones, too, are delicious. And they're all the very finest quality because they're made by Kraft. So, tomorrow, get several of the 9 famous cheese spreads made by Kraft. And now, the case of the practical choker.
It is Sunday afternoon in New York, and in a parked car outside the Club 91, a bad actor named Chuck Morgan and a blonde named Linda Stewart are rehearsing a new comedy routine. And although Mr. Morgan's ideas of humor may be overdeveloped, still he obviously believes this act should kill his customer.
Now, you understand what you're supposed to do, Linda.
I'm not too sure, Mr. Morgan.
What's the matter with you anyway? Your agent told me you were a hep dame.
Look, Mr. Morgan, I don't need a job that badly.
All right, I'm sorry, baby. I didn't mean that. You see, I want to play a joke on this guy, and I want to make sure that it goes off the schedule.
Well, the more I hear this joke, the less I like it.
I told you there's nothing to worry about. This fellow's a good friend of mine.
And why do something as silly as this?
Just to settle a bet. Now, he thinks he's a great little guy with the ladies, and I bet him $50 he was wrong.
But you promised me $100 for this job. How can you come out ahead?
You don't understand, Linda. It's not the money, it's the principle of this thing. I just want to make a sucker out of Davis.
Davis?
Yeah, his name is Red Davis. Now, he's a thin little guy with red hair and pop eyes. You won't have any trouble spotting him. He owns the joint, and he'll be in the corner booth.
But suppose your friend doesn't show any interest in me.
You haven't taken a good look at yourself in the mirror lately, have you? No, I'm not at all worried. Now, when Red sees you, he'll start baying at the moon.
But at the beginning, you want me to act insulted.
That's right. That's so he won't become suspicious. Then thaw out and let him buy you a couple of drinks.
And after that?
Well, he'll probably want to take you out for the evening, so you tell him that first you have to make a stop at your apartment.
I don't think I like that, Mr. Morgan.
What's there not to like? This is on the up and up. When you get to your place, I'll be waiting for you.
And that's where you're going to tell Mr. Davis it's just a joke.
That's right. I can hardly wait to see Red when he learns it's a gag. I bet he'll practically die laughing.
Hey, where do you live anyway, Linda?
It's just the next floor, Mr. Davis.
Oh, cut it out. You promised you were going to call me Red.
I'm sorry. Red, do you know a man named...
Man named who?
Forget it.
You know, I don't get you, Linda. When I first saw you in the club, I immediately said to myself, now there's a dame with class. I was surprised when you gave me a tumble.
What? I don't often do things like that.
It was an impulse, huh?
Yeah.
I understand. I get them all the time. Where do we go now?
It's this apartment here.
Oh, here. Let me help you.
It's all right. I can manage. Come in.
Thanks. Hey, nice layout you got here, Linda. I think I'm going to like this.
I wouldn't bet on that, Red.
Morgan.
Oh, then you do know each other.
You dirty little double-crosser.
But he told me it was a joke.
The joke's over now, honey. You can beat it.
Now, see here, Mr. Morgan.
I said beat it.
I don't
If you're a smart girl, you'll keep your trap closed. Now, go on.
Listen, Morgan.
Shut up. I don't want any conversation from you, Red. I just want my dough.
What dough?
Don't play dumb. The $60,000 you owe me on the Robinson fight.
Oh, that.
What'd you think I was talking about?
Well, you see, I'm kind of low, Chuck. I've been running in tough luck lately.
From now on, it's going to get worse. You know, all the boys are laughing at me for letting you hang me up. A man in my position can't afford that. It might give other people ideas.
Look, Morgan, suppose I pay you a little at a time, huh?
What do you call a little?
Well, I could give you $10,000 now and the balance
Keep
next...
your hands up.
I was just reaching for my wallet.
You got that dough on you?
Yeah.
Okay, let's have it.
Sure. I was going to give it to you all the time. All right, Morgan. Put him up.
Put away that gun, Davis.
Act your age. Well, Mr. Morgan, who's the joke on now?
I guess it's me.
And you're not kidding.
That's okay, Red. I'll see you again. And I'll lay you odds. Next time, you won't be this lucky.
Get this, Mr. Lyons, because you'll enjoy it. After Chuck Morgan goes to all that trouble, Red pulls the gun and leaves Chuck with his tongue hanging out.
Well, that's very amusing, Hudson. What happened after that?
Oh, Morgan started looking for him again.
And what do you think will happen if he finds him this time?
The same thing.
You don't believe Morgan will kill him?
No, Morgan's all talk.
You think so?
I know so. I wouldn't last this long as a private dick if I wasn't a good judge of character, huh? Now, take it from me, nothing's going to happen to Red.
Well, that's too bad, Hudson. It would be worth a lot of money to me if something did.
Huh? How much is a lot of money?
Well, what's the difference? You're not interested.
Try me.
$2,500.
You're right. At that price, I'm not interested.
Well, it isn't worth more. Everybody knows that Morgan has threatened Davis. So you run absolutely no risk.
What have you got against Red anyway?
Well, that's none of your business. Either you want the job or you don't.
Well, as long as you put it in that basis, Mr. Lyons, let me think it over.
Club 91, good evening.
Oh, Victor, this is Red.
Oh, yes, Mr. Davis.
I'm in a booth at the corner of Madison and 46. Anybody been around the joint asking for me?
Several gentlemen.
What'd you tell them?
That I had not heard from you all day.
Good. Norma there?
Who?
My wife, stupid.
No. Mrs. Davis has not been in all evening.
Well, when she gets there... cut that out.
What's the trouble?
Some characters in a hurry to use the phone. Hold it a second, Victor, till I take care of this pest. Now, listen, you. How would you like a good... Oh, punch. Punch.
That you, Waring?
What the...
Shut the door.
Listen, Morgan.
Got it. Just keep your hands right where they are.
What are you doing here, Chuck?
Red Davis was knocked off a couple of hours ago.
That still doesn't answer my question.
I don't see why not. One, the cops think I did it. Two, you can prove I didn't. Now, does it add up?
Not to my liking. You better get somebody else.
Listen, Waring, maybe I haven't handled this right, but I didn't kill Red.
And why don't you tell that to the police?
You don't think for a minute they believe me?
Suppose I told you I don't either.
Now, look, Mike, I know you don't like me, but give me credit for a little intelligence. If I was going to knock off Davis, would I shoot my mouth off all over town?
So?
So I tell you, I didn't kill him.
Then who did?
I got no idea.
Okay, Morgan. I'll see what I can do for you. But first, I want you to surrender to the cops.
Oh, no.
All right, then it's no deal.
Now, wait a minute, Mike. I'll make you a proposition.
No, I'm not interested.
For Pete's sake, give me a chance, will you? I'm convinced that with any luck, you can clean this up in a couple of hours. If you haven't by then, I'll give myself up.
What'll you do in the meantime?
I'll stay right here.
What's to prevent me from walking out and calling the police?
Nothing.
Oh, you just trust me, huh?
I don't have any other choice. What do you say, Mike?
Well, this is against my better judgment, Morgan. But you got yourself a boy. This is Ed Hurley again, friends. This time of year, especially, everybody longs for something just a little bit different to pep up tired winter menus. So this idea for a tempting salad may be just what you want. It's an easy salad to make. You just take a good-sized green pepper, scoop out the center, and stuff the pepper with Kraft's delicious olive pimento cheese spread. Then chill, slice into pinwheels, and serve each slice on a crispy lettuce leaf. Mmm. Ah, what wonderful eating. Kraft olive pimento is an extra delicious cheese spread, filled with juicy bits of red pimentos and fine green olives. And like all 9 of the good-eating Kraft cheese spreads, it's a wholesome dairy food made from only the finest, purest ingredients. And smooth, it's smooth as satin. Spreads perfectly for sandwiches and snacks. Try Smokell and Kraft cheese and bacon spread, and all of the 9 Kraft cheese spreads. Look for them in gay, colorful, tulip-designed drinking glasses. Collect a whole set while you're enjoying these delicious spreads. You know, Kraft cheese spreads are so delicious, they're America's favorites. So be sure you get the cheese spreads made by Kraft. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 20 minutes have passed since Mike Waring agreed to go to work for Chuck Morgan. And now, as we find Mike, he's about to earn his fee.
Yes,
Mrs. Norma Davis?
that's right.
My name is Mike Waring. I'm sorry to bother you at a time like this, but I'd like to ask you some questions about your husband.
But I've told the police everything I know.
Well, I'm working on a different angle.
Come in.
Thank you.
What do you want to know?
Mrs. Davis, have you any ideas who might have killed Red?
Yes. Chuck Morgan.
I mean, besides Morgan.
No. Red didn't have an enemy in the world.
Now, you know that's not true, Mrs. Davis. Your husband wasn't exactly the most popular citizen in New York.
How dare you say that to me?
Well, I only...
I won't have you talk that way about him. I'm tired of these insinuations. How do you know what kind of man Paul was?
Well, I'm sorry.
You're sorry. Go on, get out.
Mrs. Davis, look, all
I don't want to hear any more about it. Now leave me alone.
Permit me to congratulate you, Mrs. Davis. That was a marvelous performance.
Why, thank you, Mr. Lyons. You think I convinced him I was a broken-hearted widow?
How could you help it when you practically convinced me? Come here, darling, and let me console you.
Just a second.
Yeah? I'm looking for a guy named Larry Hudson.
Well, look no further, Mr. Morgan.
You, Hudson?
That's right.
One of my friends told me you wanted to see me.
He told you right. Care for a drink?
Yeah, I could stand one.
Help yourself. Bar's in the corner. Pour me one while you're at it. You're in a bad spot, Chuck.
You bring me up here to tell me that?
Yeah. Yeah, you see, I know who killed Red Davis.
What?
You heard me. Oh, that one mine?
Yeah.
Thanks. Say, how you fix the cash?
What do you mean?
Well, I got a lot of information to sell. It's going to the highest bidder.
You mean you can clear me?
I'm not doing any more talking until I see the color of your dough.
How do I know you got merchandise?
I'll give you a sample. Did you know that Davis's wife was two-timing him?
With whom?
Oh, no, that's all you get free. But you can use this kind of stuff, can't you?
Listen, Hudson, I want you to talk to Waring.
Oh?
Mike Waring, the Falcon. He's working for me.
Are you kidding?
No. Will you talk to him?
Sure. Providing I can make a buck.
I'll take care of you. I'm going back to Waring's apartment. I want you to call him there in about 15 minutes.
Well, I'll be sitting right here at the phone.
Tell him what you told me about Mrs. Davis.
Oh, no good. Get the dough up first.
Now, look, Hudson, I only got $1,000 on me. I'll give you another $4 the next time I see you.
Ah. Okay, Morgan. You got yourself a deal.
Morgan? Chuck! Hello, desk. This is Mr. Waring. There was a man waiting in my apartment. By any chance did you... Never mind. Come in.
Hello, Mike.
I was just asking for you, Morgan. Where the devil have you been?
Out.
That tells me a lot. I thought you agreed to stay right here.
I know, but I had to see somebody.
Who?
Suppose you tell me what you found out first.
Well, not very much. Every lead I explored came back to you.
Did you see Mrs. Davis?
Just for a few minutes.
What'd you think of her?
She seemed all broken up over her husband's murder.
She was kidding you.
What makes you think so?
Because I've been doing a little checking on my own. She's been holding hands with some guy who wasn't her husband.
Where'd you get that from?
Private dick named Larry Hudson.
Oh, that lying thief.
I don't care what he is, Mike. He's got the evidence to clear me.
Who did he say killed Davis?
He wouldn't tell me, but I made him promise to talk to you. He should be calling you any minute.
Listen, Morgan, I wouldn't trust that guy on a stack of Bibles. What'd you give him?
Give him?
Yes, a guy like Hudson doesn't talk for free. How much you promise him?
$5,000.
Well, you better save your money.
But I tell you, he can clear me. There, that's probably him now.
Hello.
That's you, Waring?
That's right, Hudson.
I take it then you've talked to Morgan.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think?
What I think is unimportant. Morgan tells me you can clear him.
Sure. For a price.
Well, for my part, I'm not interested.
You got to talk to him, Mike.
I don't like it, Morgan.
Neither do I, but if this guy can save my
Well,
neck...
make up your minds, boys. They ain't got all week.
Okay, Hudson. We'll be over in an hour. 4A, 4B.
It's over here, Mike.
Now, look, I want you to let me handle Hudson and keep your mouth shut.
You're the doctor.
What's keeping him? I don't know.
Maybe he went out.
I doubt it.
How can you tell?
Take a peek at that keyhole.
I can't see a thing.
Sure, because the key is still in the lock. That means Hudson's got to be in there. Hey, Hudson, open up. Hudson! All right, Morgan, give me a hand. What are you going to do? Break it down. Shouldn't take too much effort. Come on, let's go. All right, one more. Should do. Hudson! Hudson! Where the devil is the light switch?
It ought to be somewhere around the door.
And watch yourself, Morgan. Wait till I strike a match. I got it. There we are.
Mike.
Yeah. Don't touch him.
Was he dead?
Either that or asleep. With that knife in him, what do you think? Hand me the phone. I got to call the cops.
This is a nice piece of work, Mike. A very nice piece of work. All right, Morgan, let's go.
Now, hold it, Corbett. He's not the reason I called you.
I know, but I'm not complaining.
I told you not to call him Mike.
Yeah, I'm beginning to think you're right, Morgan. For the same dime, I could have phoned someone with brains.
What kind of a crack is that?
In case you hadn't noticed, Sergeant, that's a body in that chair.
It'll keep. But as long as you raise the point, why did you kill him, Morgan?
You crazy? I just got here with Waring.
Don't hand me that.
It's the truth, Corbett.
So you're going to be his alibi.
Yep. And you better listen to me unless you want to look like a jerk when we get to headquarters. Now, how long would you say Hudson was dead?
Yeah, not too long. Body's still warm. Could be anywhere from 15 minutes to 3/4 of an hour.
That lets Morgan out.
I don't see how.
Because he was with me every minute from the time I got Hudson's call to the time we broke down the door. And the whole business took at least an hour.
Your word's not good enough, Mike.
Okay, Sergeant. If you don't believe me, you can check with the switchboard at my place and the doorman downstairs. And if that's not enough, I'll dig up the hacky who drove us over.
That still doesn't mean Morgan couldn't have killed Red Davis.
Oh, now, come on. Use your head, Sergeant. You know both these murders were committed by the same party. Hudson knew who it was, and that's why he was killed.
I still say it was Morgan.
You're crazy. Hudson was going to clear me.
Keep quiet, Morgan. All right, Sergeant. I'll advise him to confess if you can show me one thing.
What?
How did he get in here? You can see the only door was locked from the inside.
So what? He could have used the window.
Yeah? We'll take a look.
There are bars on him.
That's right. And no one but a midget could fit through the opening.
And there must be another door.
Yeah, forget it. There wasn't.
And it was a physical impossibility for anyone to have killed Hudson.
Yet it was done.
How?
Well, I can't tell you. But maybe I can take you to the little lady who can. Shall we go?
Listen, Mike, if the DA ever finds out I let Morgan go, he'll have... Wait a minute.
Huh?
Isn't this where Red Davis lived?
That's right, Sergeant.
Well, you can't bother his wife now.
Why not?
Because her husband was just murdered.
Oh, well, she may surprise you with what she knows about it. Morgan told me that she was being romanced by some character.
Oh.
I don't know. And apparently neither did Red. If you ask me, Sergeant, I...
Yes?
Hello, Mrs. Davis. Remember me?
Not too pleasantly.
May we come in?
I'm sorry, Mr. Waring. I'm busy.
Oh, well, this gentleman would like to ask you a couple of questions.
This gentleman means nothing in my young life.
Well, now you never can tell. He's a sergeant in the New York Police Department's homicide division.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's just that the house is in such a mess.
Well, we promise not to stare.
Who was it, Norma? Norma.
I think you're being paged, Angel.
It's nothing, Raymond.
Oh, for a moment, darling, I was... Oh.
Hello, Mr.
Lyons, Raymond Lyons.
Listen, Sergeant, I can explain everything.
Sure, but suppose we do it downtown.
Downtown?
As is customary, Mrs. Davis, when the police are questioning suspects.
But we did absolutely nothing.
Nothing but murder your husband and the man named Larry Hudson.
That's a lie.
You deny that you and Lyons are busy in the romance department behind your husband's back?
Yes.
And what's Lyons doing here now?
Well, he's just helping me.
Mm-hmm. Like he helped you murder Hudson?
No.
Now, just a moment, Waring. I thought this gentleman was the officer of the law.
You're right, Lyons, but if you think my questions are going to be less embarrassing, you're in for a bad shock. Larry Hudson was murdered at 10:45 tonight. Where were you at that time?
I was with Norma.
That's right.
Well, now, that's what I call a wonderful alibi, Sergeant. Too bad there wasn't anyone else around to substantiate it.
Oh, but there was, Mr. Waring. A justice of the peace named Smith over in Jersey. I think he might recall us.
Why should he?
Because I gave him $100 to perform the marriage ceremony that made Norma here Mrs. Lyons. I guess you should remember that, don't you?
This is Ed Hurley again, friends, and I'd like to help you find out about the 9 most delicious cheese spreads you'd ever want to taste. They're the 9 famous cheese spreads made by Kraft. They're delightfully mild-tasting ones, such as Kraft Pineapple Cheese Spread, Kraft Olive Pimento, and Kraft Relish. And there are sharp-tasting ones, too, like Roca, Smokell, and Kraft Limburger Cheese Spread. All of them are mighty good to eat. And they're good for you to eat, too, because they're wholesome dairy foods made from only the finest ingredients. For quick, easy snacks and sandwiches, keep your refrigerator stocked with several of the 9 delicious Kraft cheese spreads. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. A half hour has passed since Norma Davis and Raymond Lyons punctured Mike's theory by coming up with an unbreakable alibi. And now as Mike drives home with Sergeant Corbett, he still refuses to accept the obvious.
Doesn't make sense, Corbett. I tell you, it doesn't make sense.
Hey, will you watch where you're driving?
Something screwy about that marriage.
You saw the license?
Well, doesn't it strike you as strange that within 12 hours after her husband is murdered, Mrs. Davis marries another man?
Of course it does. There's no law against it.
No, but an alibi like that must have a hole in it.
Yeah, you show me where. After you do that, show me how either Mrs. Davis or Lyons could have murdered Hudson. It was a physical impossibility for Morgan to kill him. It applies to them, too.
Oh, hold everything.
What's the matter?
Oh, what a chump I've been.
Well, they say confession is good for the soul.
I tell you, I've got the answer to the whole thing, Sergeant.
That on the level?
Yes. I know now who killed Hudson. And with the help of Chuck Morgan, I'm going to prove it. Driving at, Mike. I don't know anything about Mrs. Davis except what I told you before. Well, how did you discover she was seeing Raymond Lyons? I didn't know it was Lyons. All Hudson told me was that it was some man. Mm-hmm. How well did you know Hudson? I met him for the first time today. He got in touch with one of my friends and said he wanted to see me. Well, that puts us right back where we started. Look, Mike, why don't we drop the whole business? Yeah, you'd like that, wouldn't you? Well, sure. The cops know now that I couldn't have killed Hudson. That's where you're wrong. You mean they still No, they don't. But I do. What are you babbling about? Morgan, I know how you managed it. Do you? Yes, and it was pretty clever. I can't blame myself for not seeing it sooner. No wonder you insisted I go up and see Hudson. I'm still waiting to hear you explain how I killed him. Well, I'm saving that for the cops. Ah, don't kid yourself, Mike. You've done all the talking you're going to. All right, put away the gun, Morgan. You don't think I'd be sucker enough to come here alone? Funny, I don't see anyone around.
You're not looking in the right places.
What?
Get down, Mike. I'm warning you, Morgan. You better throw your gun in the middle of the room.
You want it, Sergeant? Come here.
Watch it, Mike. He may be acting.
With that hole in his forehead, Corbett, it doesn't call for much ability. I think you better phone the coroner. You can drop me over the corner, Sergeant. Well, it's been grand.
Hold it, Mike. Aren't you forgetting something? I've got a report to make.
Who's stopping you?
You are.
Oh. Well, you know that Morgan killed Red Davis.
Sure. I was the first one to say so.
You should have stuck to your guns.
Well, when you tossed in that razzle-dazzle about Hudson's murder, you threw me.
Yeah, well, don't feel too badly about it. I was right with you. Of course, I'm reconstructing now, but this is what must have happened. Lyons tried to hire Hudson to bump Red. Hudson said he'd think it over. When Red was killed, Hudson knew immediately that if he hadn't done it, Morgan must have.
I don't see how that follows. It could have been Lyons.
If Lyons were willing to do the job, why did he approach Hudson in the first place? No, it had to be Morgan. And when Hudson realized that, he tried to shake down Morgan. He even told Morgan that if the price were right, he might be induced to frame Red's wife. So Morgan played along with him and asked him to get in touch with me.
Now we're coming to the part I want to hear.
But when Chuck went to meet Hudson, first of many such... So he slipped a slow-acting drug into Hudson's drink.
Why didn't he kill him then and there and be done with it?
Because he needed an alibi, and I was it.
I don't get it.
He needed someone with him while he murdered Hudson.
What?
Sure. Remember you said it was a physical impossibility for anyone to get into that room and kill Hudson before Morgan and I broke down the door?
Yeah?
Well, there you hit the nail right on the head. It was a physical impossibility. So it means that Hudson was killed while I was in the room.
Let me get this straight. You mean while you were hunting for the light switch?
Morgan was hunting for a place to plant his knife.
Wasn't he taking quite a chance there?
Oh. Hudson was drugged, so he couldn't make an outcry. And the knife makes no noise at all.
Well, that'll learn you. The next time I say something, you'll listen. I told you Morgan was the killer all along.
Yeah, well, you'll have to forgive me. I've been hearing so many radio shows. I forgot it wasn't unconstitutional for a cop to be right. Let's hope this establishes some sort of a precedent. Huh? Good night, Sergeant.
It's wonderful as a spread, delicious as a seasoning, superb as a flavor shortening. It's Parquet Margarine, that marvelous all-purpose margarine made by Kraft. Yes, millions prefer Parquet to any other spread, seasoning or shortening, for one big reason. It tastes so good. And it tastes so good because it's always fresh. In states where the law permits, get yellow Parquet in its new aluminum foil Flavor Saver wrap. Elsewhere, get the regular package or color quick bag. Get Parkay, Parquet Margarine made by Kraft. It tastes so good. The Case of the Gangster's Girl. The Case of the Gangster's Girl. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that somebody who starts out to be a stool pigeon is likely to end up being a dead pigeon. So be sure to listen at the same time next week to another exciting adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Gene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Also heard on today's broadcast was Miss Ann Williams of New Orleans, Louisiana, who was chosen by this program from among the dramatic students of Sarah Lawrence College in Bronxville, New York. Be sure to hear the great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with an hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place. The great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Monty Woolley, Jack Haley, and Judy Holliday join the big show on NBC.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Until now, this story has been top secret. Top Secret, the new NBC presentation starring gorgeous Ilona Massey as the Baroness Karen Geza in transcribed dramas of international intrigue and espionage before and during World War II. Assignment 3, The Package in Tangiers. A story until now, top secret.
In Tangiers, Monsieur Brown, murder is like love. The essence is quietness and privacy, huh?
She'll be quiet, all right. She'll be out for days.
Take her downstairs to our little room.
Oh, it's too bad you had to hit her.
It's too bad we have to kill her.
Well, that's a bit risky, isn't it? Tangiers is a neutral zone.
We will take her to the cliffs tonight. A shot, a push, voila. And what will be left? Nothing to say won't wash away. Now, take her downstairs to our little room.
Yes, Captain. Tiny, isn't she?
Hurry back, will you, Monsieur Brown? We have a lot to do.
Floor cold, honey?
All right. There.
Not much of a bed, is it? But you had it coming to you.
Slowly, painfully, consciousness came back. I had gambled and I had lost. I had made a mistake. As I lay on the filthy bed in the airless cell, I could hear the voice of the farmer, my chief, the man who hired me to spy against the Nazis in Hitler's Berlin.
In espionage, Baroness, your first mistake will be your last. There will be no protection in danger, no recognition, even in death.
No recognition, even in death. There would be nothing to identify me as the little manicurist who became the personal maid, almost the confidential companion of Emmy Goering, the statuesque consort of the number 2 Nazi himself.
Oh, why is it, Karen, that in a house with 30 bedrooms there isn't one good mirror?
Oh, the hat is very becoming, Frau Goering.
Well, it will have to do. I'll be back in a couple of hours. I'll wear the white satin and the emeralds tonight.
Yes, Frau Goering.
Goodbye, Karen.
Goodbye.
Yes?
It's Karen.
Karen,
It's all right. I'm on the phone in her bedroom. Have you any instructions?
The Tiergarten, in an hour.
15 minutes.
Right.
That's how it is, Karen. You've got to leave for Tangiers tonight.
Is it that important?
There's a leak in our intelligence down there. 4 times in the past month, the Germans have gotten hold of vital information known only to a handful of men in the Allied High Command.
Frau Goering will never let me go.
If she won't, you'll have to go anyway.
But my job in the Goering house is the best contact we have.
Karen, you're going to Tangiers. It may only be for a few days. Your contact there is a little boy. Go to the bazaar of the Singing Fountain. There is a blind beggar who walks the bazaar with a little boy leading him.
But there must be many blind beggars in Tangiers.
In the bazaar of the Singing Fountain, there is only one.
One beggar in a bazaar?
One little boy aged 12 with gray hair.
I am sorry, Karen. It is impossible. You've been with me less than a month, and now you want a week's vacation. No, it is impossible.
Oh, I wish you would change your mind, Frau Goering.
Put the front curls higher.
Yeah.
No, higher still.
Oh.
No. Give me the comb.
Yes, Frau Goering.
Thank you. Where did you want to go?
Tangiers.
Tangiers?
Yes, why?
Tangiers. Will you step outside a moment, Karen? I wish to telephone privately.
Certainly, Frau Goering.
I'll call you when I'm through.
Yes, Frau Goering.
Franz, the most amazing luck. My maid wants to go to Tangiers. Yes, I'm sure of it. No, I don't think she'd ever suspect. Look, will you arrange for payment? 25,000 American dollars. Yes. She doesn't have to know anything. I know it's risky, but there's no other way. And she's a sensible girl. Right. Yes, goodbye. Karen, I'm through.
Frau Göring, I was thinking that with the white satin it would
Karen,
be...
I've changed my mind. You may have your vacation.
Oh, thank you, Frau Göring.
Would you do a little errand for me in Tangiers?
Of course I will, anything.
When are you leaving?
Well, I thought that...
Tonight?
Yes, if you wish.
Very well. Take this note to Saxel at the aerodrome.
I see.
One of the Reichsmarshal's private planes will be at your disposal. The pilot's name is Captain Kleinst.
Yes.
In Tangiers, go to this address and ask for Suleiman Abdel Kadir. He will give you a package. You bring back the package to me.
Yes. Would it be too curious to ask what the package contains?
Much too curious.
Yes, Frau Göring.
Now, this card will serve as your identification at the house of El Kadir.
Mm-hmm.
The signature is that of the man we both serve, Hermann.
I don't like it, Karen.
Farmer, I have to go. Captain Kleinst is waiting. The plane is ready to take off.
But what is it? What is Emmy Goering after?
I don't know. She's talked about a sable coat.
Tangiers for a sable coat?
I must go. It's dangerous for us to be seen together.
Your job is more important than a package for Emmy Goering.
What better way to find the leak in Allied intelligence than to pose as a German agent? I have a card signed by Hermann himself. The flight to Tangiers was uneventful, except for a moment of heartache when my Nazi pilot refueled outside Paris, occupied Paris. When I arrived in Tangiers, I took a room at the Fadella Hotel. Then I made my way to the bazaar of the Singing Fountain to look for a blind beggar led by a little boy with gray hair.
For my father who is blind.
My child, your cause is good, but your manners are bad.
I ask only alms, madame, not instruction.
One takes off his hat to a lady, even when one begs for his father who is blind.
As you wish, madame. There.
I am from the farmer. Bring your father to the Fadella Hotel, room 23. It's on the first floor. What are you doing in my hotel room?
Fräulein, it is the business of German intelligence to watch people who arrive in Tangier in one of Goering's private planes.
And to break into their hotel rooms?
You have nothing to fear, Fräulein, if you can identify yourself. What is that?
What is what?
There's someone at the window.
You seem very nervous. Open it. Certainly. Your fears are groundless. Herr, what is your name?
Never mind names. Show me your identification.
I am the maid, the personal companion of Frau Göring. Here is a card signed by the Reichsmarshal himself. Does that satisfy you?
Yeah. My apologies, Fräulein. But you were seen talking to the little boy in the bazaar. For months I have suspected his father.
Will you leave now?
Someday I will get that old beggar. Blind. Bah, he is a fox. And he will be killed the way all enemies of Germany...
Who is it? Is there somebody there? You!
Yes, madame. From the window.
Get inside, quickly. Put the window down. Hurry. What is the meaning of this? Have you gone out of your mind?
I'm an expert at throwing knives, madame. It was part of my education.
But why? Why?
I hate Germans, madame. He threatened my father. I have killed before.
You are not a child. You are a monster. I'll have to get out of this hotel. They'll find his body and, help me with him quickly under the bed. Please,
Yes,
hurry. Shh. What is it?
Yes, madame, wish towel?
I have plenty. Thank you. You idiot. You may have ruined everything.
When there is doubt, madame, one always kills Germans. They blinded my father, killed my mother.
They'll find him any minute, even under the bed. There. Now listen. Take my suitcase out the window. I'll leave by the front door. We will go to your father's house.
No, madame.
What?
I will not take you to my father.
Little boy, listen. Believe me, I am on your side. I work for the farmer. I have a plain white visiting card.
With a grain of wheat?
Glued in the center. No matter what you have heard about my working for Frau Göring, that is a cover. Do you understand? A cover. You do believe me, don't you?
It is difficult, madame, these days to believe anybody.
I hate Nazism and fascism as much as you do. Wait. I have some chocolate in my purse.
I have no appetite for candy, madame.
Little boy, come here. Closer. How old are you?
12, madame.
Poor little boy. There.
Thank you, madame. You're very kind.
Out the window quickly with my suitcase. I will meet you at the corner in 3 minutes. We took a taxi. This strange, sad, gray-haired child of 12. His face was expressionless, tired, pinched. Through the narrow streets, we drove to the worst district of Tangiers, to his father's house. I was taken to a tiny room at the back and told to wait, while the boy went for his father.
She's a cheat, father, like all the others. She pretends to work for both sides, but works only for herself.
Where is she, my boy?
In the back room.
You should not judge too quickly. It is difficult for an enemy to learn the passwords of the farmer.
But she has a card signed by Göring. I saw it. I saw her talking to Herr von Feld in her hotel room. I saw her.
Give her my respects and apologies. I will sleep now and talk to her in the morning. But watch her. If she goes out, follow her.
Yes, father.
Go now, my boy. Remember, it is a sin to judge too quickly.
Madame?
Yes?
My father's respects. He's old and tires easily. He will see you in the morning. I hope you will be comfortable here. Our house is poor, but clean.
Thank you, Father. I have an errand to do now. A package that must be picked up. I shall return soon.
A package, madame?
Little boy, you will have to learn someday in your life how to tell when people are your friends. I am looking for Sulaiman Abdelkadir.
Salam alaikum. I am he. Come in.
Were you expecting me?
At my age, Fräulein, one expects anything. How may I serve you?
Here is a card. It is signed by the Reichsmarshal himself. I am to pick up a package.
Ah, yes. It is ready. Ready and waiting. Here you are, Fräulein.
But,
why are you startled?
I was expecting a large package.
Preconceived ideas are usually wrong, Fräulein. May I wish you good evening?
Is there nothing to pay?
Nothing. Good evening, Fräulein.
I followed her. She went to Suleiman Abd al-Qadir. Father, I saw her.
You are sure, my son?
I saw him answer the door. I saw her go in. She's a Nazi, Father. She will trick us. Please, Father, let me...
No, my son. Report her to Mr. Brown. Tell him what you have told me. And please, since she is as beautiful as you say, do not have them arrest her in this house. In the morning, they can take her in the bazaar with the rest of the trash in Tangier.
Will you wait here, madame? Sit on the stone. It's quite clean. I will return in a moment.
But when can I see your father?
He will lunch with us at home, madame. But wait here. I shall not be long. Do not go away, madame. I will be back soon.
Will you come with me, please?
Are you speaking to me?
Brown is the name. Allied Intelligence. Will you come with me, please?
I most certainly will not.
I don't want to be brutal. I can't legally arrest you, but there are other ways. If you come with me, you'll have a chance. But if you don't, you won't get out of this bazaar alive. That's not being dramatic. That's a fact. Tangiers is a strange place. Please come quietly.
Where?
Allied headquarters. We have an old house. It's not far.
Can't we discuss this, Mr. Brown? There is no need for...
Open your suitcase, please.
How did it get here?
The boy. Open it. If you don't open it, I'll have to break it open.
There.
Mm-hmm. Now, what's this?
Face powder.
Mm-hmm. You always wear platform soles on your shoes?
Not always. There is no need to wreck my shoes. If you tell me what you're looking for, I'll be very glad to help. But...
I don't know quite what I'm looking for.
Mr. Brown, you may not believe this, but I am not a Nazi spy.
Oh, come off it, lady. You had a private plane from Berlin. One of Mr. Goering's special numbers. You were seen going into El Qadir's house. He's the leading Nazi in Tangiers. Don't give me this cover stuff, please.
You've got to believe me. I'm trying to locate the source of...
Of what?
I can't tell you.
That's right, you can't. This what you picked up at El Qadir's?
If it's a matter of money, Mr. Brown, we might come to terms.
Sorry. There isn't that much money in the world. Now, what's in this?
I don't know.
It was in your suitcase?
I don't know, I tell you.
All right, let's open it. Well, why do you have to get face cream from El Qadir?
I had no idea what was in the package.
A jar of face cream. Or is it...
You have no right to... What is it?
Innocent, aren't you?
Is it?
Yes. Buried in the cold cream. But, naturally, you wouldn't know.
I swear I had no idea. I swear to it.
I don't like women like you. Hello, Captain.
Is this the young lady, eh?
Yes, sir.
What is the verdict, Monsieur Brun?
I'd say guilty, Captain.
I assure you, Captain,
Be quiet, please. Oui, Monsieur Brun.
She arrived in one of Goering's private planes.
Uh-huh.
She entertained the Gestapo in her hotel room. She tried to bribe me. She's tried about everything. The beggar's kid had me pick her up, and I found that in her suitcase.
I see.
Let me go. Let me go.
Mademoiselle, don't be foolish. You can't possibly get away.
Let go of me.
You didn't have to hit her.
Monsieur Brun, we have to kill her.
Well, that's a bit risky, isn't it? Tangiers is a neutral zone.
In Tangier, murder is like love. The essence is quietness and privacy. Take her downstairs to our little room. We will take her to the cliffs tonight. A shot, a push, voila. And nothing will be left. Nothing that the sea won't wash away. Take her downstairs, Captain.
I deliberately kept my cover. It would have been simple to prove I worked for the farmer, but I had a feeling I would be released. I knew that whoever got me out of this would be the person responsible for the leak in our Tangiers intelligence. Hours passed. Then he came for me.
We're ready if you are.
Even in Tangiers, there must be laws about murder.
That is why we are so discreet, mademoiselle. This will do, Monsieur Brun. It is quiet, dark, and deserted. Mademoiselle, I know you will not force us to drag you screaming from the car. Huh?
Gentlemen, the time has come for me to tell you the truth. As a matter of
The
fact,
time has come for you to get out, honey.
Get out. Thank you.
You want me to do it?
No. Wet ear. Proceed, mademoiselle.
Captain, I must tell you that...
Keep quiet. They will hear us.
What?
Please, keep quiet.
What?
When one has to shoot, one shoots quickly. Good. Now listen. Near here there is a path down the cliff. It is very steep. Watch yourself.
Yes.
Almost directly beneath us is a small pier. I will pick you up there in a motorboat in an hour.
Then you are...
Oui. Now be on the pier in an hour. I will get there as soon as I can get rid of this fool American.
I wanted to sing, to shout. This was the leak. The head man of Allied espionage was a traitor. I groped my way down the rocky cliff and found the small pier just as he had said. I sat there in the cold, shivering, but exultant, and waited.
Yes, I see you.
When I say so, you jump!
Yes.
Now, jump! Good. Mademoiselle, I congratulate you. You were superb. Never have I seen anyone face death with such dignity.
Thank you, monsieur.
I attended to everything. Captain Kleinst is waiting at the airport with your plane. There is your suitcase, and in it is your cold cream, or shall we say what was concealed in the cold cream.
You are very efficient.
Thank you, Fräulein. I have been useful to the Reichsmarschall on several occasions. You will not forget to mention my name, huh?
I will never forget you, never.
Merci. They are so stupid, these Americans, and the English words right under their very noses.
Climbing down the cliff, I loosened my heel. Have you a hammer?
Under the seat there is a toolbox. Lift up the top. Have you got it?
Yes, monsieur. Thank you.
It will be greasy, mademoiselle.
No one will notice the grease.
Fräulein, I wish to do as you say. But Al-Qadir is one of the most influential Germans in Tangier.
Captain Kleinst, we will take off at once.
Al-Qadir said no. There was a body found in the Fedala Hotel. It seems that your room was small.
Captain, do you recognize the signature on this card? Or must the pilot of the Reich be told who is Hermann?
To be fair, we take off at once.
You did splendidly, Karen. Splendidly.
Thank you. But I can't forget that little boy. It was horrible. Farmer, he wasn't a child. He was an old man.
Our work will help build his future, Karen.
Yes, I know.
Incidentally, the package of Frau Goering's, what was it?
In a jar of cold cream, a small fortune in morphine. The jar got broken. I told Frau Goering I dropped it. She admitted it was medicine for Hermann. She was very grateful. Apparently, Himmler has closed off the Reichsmarshal's supply.
And the leak in Tangiers is plugged for good.
Plugged for good. With a hammer.
a German hammer.
You have just heard Ilona Massey starring in the new NBC presentation, Top Secret. And here she is with a clue about next week.
Next week, as assignment 4, Philip Cornelius. His courage, his bravery, his tenderness, his escape. It is a personal story of mine, and until now it has most certainly been top secret.
Top Secret is directed and produced by Harry W. Junkin. The script was by Alan Sloan. Heard with Miss Massey tonight were Bryna Rayburn, Louis Van Ruten, Tommy Frederick, Earl Hammond, Carl Emery, and Bernard Grant. The music was composed and conducted by Dr. Roy Shield. This is Fred Collins speaking. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Excited through the vibrant landscapes and diverse culture of Brazil. Lost in Brazil brings you to captivating videos showcasing heart-pounding adventures, mouth-watering cuisine, and hidden gems of this incredible country. From bustling cities to tranquil beaches, our videos capture the essence of Brazil's beauty. Experience the warmth of its people, the rhythm of its music, and the thrill of exploration. Click on the link in the description to find out more.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.